What is going on, guys? Welcome back to another Thursday pour day where we pour silver live. Today we're going to do a silver doubloon, pirate doubloon. Show you guys some of the other stuff I have ready. And yeah, man, just getting ready for the next auction. Hopefully we'll get some people in here to hang out for a little while and get some pouring going. Sometimes it takes a minute for people to get in here because I'm in my shed, and that's always kind of a pain in the butt, but give it a minute here. It's been kind of raining off and on today, so I'm definitely going to be using the electric furnace because setting the old one up, I say old one, but the gas furnace up outside with raindrops dripping off the trees is not a good deal, so we're not going to do all that. Chew, what's going on? I was hoping somebody would show up in the first 10 minutes. Ever since I did that last stream, man, it took 15 minutes and nobody showed up and I had to restart it. I don't know what the hell I did wrong, but YouTube did not like me that day. So I do appreciate you stopping in. And it's always a pleasure to see your friendly face, or name, I guess, not necessarily a face, but appreciate you being here. Pouring a silver doubloon today. Hopefully the connection is all good. Hopefully you can hear me. It's always a little squirrely when I'm in the shed, but see what happens. I keep saying there's a person here and then not, and then a person here and then not. So I wonder if I need to go out of the shed and start for a minute. Here, why don't we walk out here and look in the woods? Let's be outside. Once we get a few people in here and the connection's good, then I'll go back in. So if you're rewatching this later, bear with me. Just skip through. We'll get going. Weston, what's going on? Appreciate you stopping in. We're looking at the woods right now. I'm about to pour some silver, but I got to make sure my connection's good. So I like to come out behind the shed before I go in the shed because it acts a little weird sometimes. It goes from trying to read off of the tower to off of the Wi-Fi. So I'll start out here for a minute. But yeah, we're going to do a Silver Pirate Doubloon today, which weighs, I want to say it's a little over an ounce, but the piece that I made a copy of is plastic, and we're going to pour a copy of it in silver. So that's always fun. I think this is going to be a number 2. I did a prototype, gave that away, and then did a number 1, sold that. So the number 2 will be in the next auction, which will hopefully be in the next 2 weeks on a Friday. All right, looks like we got a better connection now. Let's go inside here. I'm gonna keep looking at the woods. People are gonna be like, what the hell's going on here? But I appreciate you guys stopping in. You can see it's really wet out there and there's still water dripping off the trees, so I can't start up the gas furnace. So today we're gonna be using the 2 auto and get some stuff going. So I poured some crosses in copper. So this is the prototype. It was a little heavy. You can see how it's a little bit much in the middle there. And the number 1 was way better. And then we got a 2, 3, 4, and 5 with the prototype. Then I tried the littler cross, but none of them really turned out great. Copper's tough. Silver is a lot easier when it comes to this sort of thing. But with this one, because it's so big, because when you pour it, you got to pour it right in the middle here to make sure it gets into all 4 corners there. But this one being so long, with silver, it's almost impossible to get it all the way down and then the whole thing to fill up right. So I just switched over to copper with this mold. And that's with a mold, a graphite mold. I don't do a whole lot of this sort of thing. Usually I'm pretty much a sand caster, which all the silver is all sand casts. But yeah, just a bunch of bars and stuff, man. I was just practicing pouring in copper. And so A few of these I might put up in the next auction. The crosses will be in the auction. Maybe one of these crosses, maybe a bar or two. Like there's some cool ones that do have some pretty decent ripples in them, which it's hard to get with copper. Couple of cool hearts. I cleaned them all up just to have them looking good. I basically poured all this stuff to be able to remelt it and just have smaller pieces. If I need like 2 ounces, it's easy to grab 2 ounces this way. You can make shot too, but I like to clean everything up after I pour it. I like to get all of that dirty stuff off and clean it up. That way when I put it back in, I know it's as clean as possible. Yeshua, what is going on? All fairness, I was loving the woods. Yeah, man. Hey, I might run some corn out real quick. Actually, let me do that. I'm going to put some corn out, and I guarantee you by the time this live stream is over, the deer will probably come through and start eating. Damn, we lost everybody again. I mean, I don't know what is up with the shed. The connection in here is terrible. But I'm going to go put some corn out real quick. And now it says 3. Let me know if you can hear and see everything okay. Give me a 5x5. This damn phone acts so weird in my shed. Sometimes it's right on and then other times it's not. Just want to make sure you can hear and see me, and then I'll show you guys some of the silver I'll have for the next auction. I'm here to teach lessons. All right, Earthworm. I'm always willing to learn. Let me know what your lesson is. Feel free. So I poured this CC. This is my channel, Capital Currency. It's got a CC on it. This is my channel shield. I just cut it off, so I still need to clean that up. But I needed this because this is what we're going to use today to pour some silver. So this is going to go into the furnace. We're going to get it up to a degree of 1763 or more for silver. So we'll melt that down and then we'll pour it into a mold, which is going to be a Silver Pirate Doubloon. And when I go inside, I'll grab it to show you what it is. Here's another pour. It says the United States of America, 1776. This one's stamped 2.33 ounces Troy. This is a prototype. Then we have this, and all these are 3/9 fine silver. This was my grandfather had made my mother a dream catcher. He's Native American, and I pulled this out so I can make copies of it and put it out into the community. And yeah, this is a number 1, I believe. This is a mushroom. This is already sold. Rhonda wants this one, so I'm going to sell this to her. But she claimed that for 50 bucks, so that was decent of her. I do appreciate that. And we got the Chevy symbol. I'm going to tone the inside of this. I still have 4 of the CC channel rounds that are toned. There's some purples and greens and all kinds of cool colors here. This is number 5. And the cool thing about this is everything comes with a COA, right? Everything comes with a COA. But this one comes with a fabric sticker. And I only had 10 made. This is 5 of 10. And it matches the serial number. This is number 5. So that'll be in the next auction as well. We got a 3/9 fine silver turtle. I still got to stamp a CC here, a number 2, and 3/9 fine somewhere on here. And then I'm going to probably antique this one. So all these little cuts will be kind of dark, and it'll really make it pop. It'll look really good like that. Then we got some pew-pews. So this is not real. You can see that this is very small. YouTube, do nothing dumb. Please. This is an MP5. This is not real, YouTube. Then we got the AR. This is a prototype here. The MP5 was a number 1. This is a prototype. This is my first attempt at this one, which turned out pretty good, if I do say so myself. And then we got the lever action rifle and the double barrel shotgun. These are anywhere, I think this is 9 ounces and this is 11 ounces, if I'm not mistaken. And then got some crosses and some other stuff. I'm gonna try to get a few more things ready by then as well. But that's where we're at right now. What would you mold if you had $100 million? Less than over. Man, I get all kinds of molds done. I got a 3D printer, and that's where a lot of this stuff comes from, 3D prints that I've done. The guns are all things that, like keychains, things like that I've picked up over the years. This was actually around at one point. I guess that was kind of like a keychain too. This was a 3D print, and you can see that's the 3D print of the cross, or the shield. And on the back it does say 999 silver. This one was just something I found, basically a kid's toy kind of thing, but it looks cool, so I made a copy of it. The rounds, whenever I do rounds, I'm pouring into molds, graphite molds that are kind of like this. That's actually a bar round, obviously, or a bar mold, but you get the drift. It's that sort of thing. So I'm going to run in real quick. I'm going to put, I have sand already ready to go. I already did that so that I could just be outside, because when I go back and forth from inside to outside, the phone acts squirrely. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go in there and put the sand in the oven for a little while, get it nice and warmed up, about 200 degrees. And then we're going to get this thing fired up. So actually, we'll start this now. $1,200. We're going to put this one $1,150. $1,200 is a little much. Let it get up to around 500, and then I'll throw this silver sprue. We're going to throw that in there. This is from a previous piece that I did, and we'll throw that in there and then get going. I haven't used the electric furnace in a while. A lot of times, you can see that's my other furnace right here. That's the one I use a lot because it's a lot faster. This one is about 8 minutes I can melt silver. This one is more about 20 minutes, so it takes a little longer. But by the way, we got 4 likes. Double tap the screen. It's free and it's easy. And once we get to 50 likes, we're going to give away a silver quarter. So make sure you double tap the screen. B Taylor, what's up? Will Land, what's going on? Appreciate you guys. Stu's Metal Detecting, what's going on? Appreciate you stopping in. You have the same furnace? Yeah, shout out to 3D Woodworks. 3D Woodworks bought this and sent it to me. What a good dude. Good friend, and an amazing person in the community. So shout out to him, always. But yeah, I'm going to try to have an auction probably right at the end of the month. I'm not going to do it next weekend because I know there's a lot of special stuff going on the next weekend, and I don't want to step on that. I should have did it last weekend. I really didn't have enough time to stamp things and write COAs up and have everything totally ready. Not to mention, sometimes I'll put, well, I always put coins up, and could be silver, could be gold, you never know. Could be copper. But I just didn't have enough time to get everything ready, so I had to skip last weekend. And so, not this weekend, but next weekend, I'm probably going to be having an auction. Unless I get really busy with work, which I don't plan on being too busy with work, so I should be able to get enough stuff done to have a good auction. So, stay tuned for that. That'll be Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if it's the 30th. I think the end of the month is the 30th. But whatever that Friday is, right at the end of the month. I appreciate that, Earthworm. I'm not a freeloader. I appreciate that. There is definitely some freeloaders around here. For the most part, though, here, we got some really cool people, man. This is a great community. Like, I have a love and respect for my community like no other on YouTube. The best of the best, as Ida likes to say. Ryan, what's going on? Silver is illustrious metal. Very beautiful. Damn right. Saturday's the 31st. Yeah, it'll be the 30th on a Friday. So this one is one that I haven't really touched. I poured it and kind of left it alone, and you can see it's still got some shine on it. Now I can either run this through the tumbler and make it really shiny, or I can take a wire brush to it and make it kind of where it has that burnished type of look where it's a little bit dull. But this one, what I'll do is I'll burnish the whole thing, and then I'm going to put it in liver of sulfur, and it's going to make the whole thing black. And then I'm going to take a wheel to it, something like this, and I'm going to clean it back up. So the dark spot is only going to be like the little grooves, like the low points, and then all the high points will be silver, and it really makes all the details pop, like the eyes and the mouth and all these scales, for lack of a better word, whatever the hell they call that. Oh man, this mosquito is killing me. God. But yeah, this one got a little bit burnished up. You kind of have to sometimes when you pour something and then you start to file on it. It looks a little bit different, and I like everything to kind of look the same. So when I say file, that's the files, man. You go to work, man. I had a feeling this battery was gonna die soon. Grab a new battery here. I'm gonna go inside and get this other thing ready to go. Let's get this 60-volt battery. That shouldn't go dead anytime soon. Keeps it a little bit lighter in here. Blistering Barnacles Adventures, what's going on? Appreciate you stopping in. I'm just wanting to get some silver so I can get back to pouring. You pour, is that what you're saying, Stu? Yeah, pouring's fun. I love pouring, but it's tough sometimes to have enough. I mean, one pour could take me up to 8 hours sometimes from start to finish. I've even had pours last me, take 2 days to finish, start to finish, where it's, you make the mold, you do the sand cast, you pour it, then you clean it up, then you do whatever it is you're going to do to it, whether it be like toning or antiquing or running it through the tumbler for a couple hours. It's a lot of time involved in it. So to get enough pieces to have an auction, sometimes it takes, a month for me to get all that ready. I think it's probably been a little over a month now since I had my last auction. So it is about time. But yeah, definitely a lot of fun. Yebby Taylor, some of them do take 8 hours start to finish. I've got some pretty detailed pieces that just dealing with the sand sometimes, like this turtle. This turtle took me 2 hours to get the sand right, because it's not a hard plastic. It's plastic, but it's kind of squishy almost. So this head will bend down. So I got to put sand under the head and then put the sand on top of it, then flip it over, then dig everything out. Make sure everything is in the right place. Everything is perfect. Put sand on the top, break it in half, pull this back out, draw all the vent lines. I mean, it's definitely a process sometimes. Not everything's like that. And I'll be honest, the doubloon earlier, before I went live, I wanted to have that ready just so I could go live and do the pour, because I know this is going to take a while to heat up. But that probably took me 15 minutes to get the doubloon, maybe 20, start to finish, once I did all the vent lines and everything. But yeah, this is some of the pieces we'll have for the auction. I'll move this out of the way for now. I really should move all this stuff too, because once I bring that out, we're going to have to put it somewhere so you guys can see. So yeah, I don't sell a whole lot of copper stuff like this, but it is fun to pour. It is a different metal. Well, obviously it's a different metal, but pouring wise, it's different. Like when you, because copper takes a lot longer to solidify. So once you pour it, you have a lot more time. Like if you wanted to tap it, you could, but because it takes so long to solidify, you don't really get the ripples like you do with silver, because silver solidifies way quicker. It's not as hot. So if you tap it a couple times, you get awesome ripples. With copper, it's really hard to get ripples. So the fact that I even have this many ripples on this thing is kind of amazing to me. Still got to be cleaned up a little bit more, but anyway, this was kind of more of a practice thing. I was melting down a bunch of stuff, recycling pretty much, and practicing pouring into these little crosses, because it's not an easy pour to do. It's very easy to over pour, or under pour for that matter. So I was trying to get a little practice in. So we're at 650 degrees. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this in here. Now look, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I've watched people do this. If you're pouring in this sort of thing, it's one thing when you have this sort of crucible and you're in gas. This is the crucible I'm using today. These things are very thin. If you drop something like this down into the bottom of it, you can almost guarantee at some point you're gonna crack the bottom. And when you crack it and it gets hot enough, it'll crack open, and then all your silver, copper, whatever it is you have, will be all in the bottom of your furnace. So what I do is I get it kind of hot, pull it out, and just slide it in as easy as possible. I'm telling you, take the time to do it, because I've watched too many people ruin their stuff by not doing that. And that's $330 for a new one, so we don't want to ruin that. Sam AI, what's going on? For pests? That's true. I have taken out a few pests with AK-4. No, actually, I have an AK-47 that I do as well. If anybody's interested, I will pour another one for the next auction. I do have enough silver to do probably. I have another AR and I have another AK-47. But this AR is a little bit different than the last one I did. It has a lot more extras on it, which is pretty cool. And where I took it in was right here. That's where I poured the silver into. And I was not sure if everything was going to fill out right. But man, I tell you what, I'm pretty proud of this one. Got all the details. But I do an AK-47 as well. I wouldn't say an AK-47 is for pests. But an AR-15, yeah. That bullet is way smaller. Man, you shoot a pest with a freaking AK-47, there ain't going to be nothing left of it. That's a pretty big bullet. Hypothetical, YouTube. Hypothetical. I appreciate that, B. Taylor. Pouring ain't easy, I'll tell you that much. And I'll tell you, the first time I poured silver, it was flawless, perfect. The Bicentennial Eagle that I pour. And, man, it was great. And I said, man, this pouring stuff ain't going to be too hard. Well, yeah, the second one didn't work. The third one didn't work. The fourth one did work. But, yeah. Sometimes you got good luck with it, man, and sometimes you don't. It's just how it is. You don't time how long it takes? Yeah, I don't either, really. But I got to kind of factor that into the prices. So I have to have that in the back of my mind at all times. My pours are a lot better than yours. Yeah, just keep practicing, man. I've been doing it for about 3 years. And I've had some good teachers, and that's why I come on here and try to show you guys what I do. You can go back and watch some of the other streams I've done where I kind of get into more of the sand casting part of it. Today we're just pouring, but I might do a little bit cleanup, cut the sprue off, and start cleaning it up a little bit. But I've shown all of it. Even if you're into like the cup method, where that's what I call it, cup. It has another name. But the torch and cup method, I do that too. If I'm trying to be precise with my weights, like with that 1/2 ounce round I did and the 1 ounce rounds I do, whenever I'm doing like my channel rounds, I put a little bit more than whatever it is I'm trying to get out of it. So if it's an ounce, it'll be 1.05 just to make sure I have enough. Actually, probably like 1.06 just to make sure. And with the 1/2 ounce, you know, just a little bit extra, because you're always going to lose a little bit, especially when you're doing it in the cup method, because having the torch on it, it always kind of spurts out a little bit. Like when the torch is on it and it's hot, it kind of just, you can't really see it, but you kind of can. It's hard to explain really, but you always lose a little bit because it's flying all over the damn place. But anyway, yeah, man, there's a lot of times when, Stu, I tell you, there are a lot of my pours, man, I melt them back down because I don't put anything out unless it's good enough. Sometimes prototypes, I'll let them go a little bit less. I'm a little bit less, I critique it a little bit less because a prototype is the first attempt at it. And if it pours good enough to where it looks good and everything filled out, I'll put it out. When it comes to number 1s and 2s and all that stuff, it has to be to a certain level or I won't put it out. And if that means wasting 4 hours on a pour and remelting it, it is what it is. But I'm not going to put out crap. And that's just always been my mindset. I get I shoot soft plastics, and that can be, well, you talking about what the hell are those things called? We get out and do like war games with the little plastic pellets. Kind of like paintballing, but different. J Light, what's going on? Appreciate you stopping in. We've got 10 people here with 10 likes. If you haven't, double tap the screen. Once we get to 50 likes, I'm going to give away a silver quarter. So if you see anybody pop in that wasn't here earlier, tell them to double tap the screen. Hit the like button so we can do a giveaway. And of course, you'll get a sticker too. Yep, definitely takes practice, man. Like I said, I've been doing it for 3 years. And now it hasn't been every day for 3 years. For 2 years, it was kind of a couple times a month type thing. But if you want to get good at it, you got to keep doing it every day. If you're somebody like me that has a terrible memory, you got to just do it at least a couple times a week. That's why I started. I was going live every Tuesday and Thursday all last summer when I came back to YouTube, because I took a break for a while. And then when I came back, I was pouring. It was all about silver, gold, coins, and bills. And then I took a break for about 2 years, came back, and then I was into pouring. And everything I had poured for those 2 years, I was showing. And then I came back and I started doing live streams showing how I do it. And I put it all out there. And I tell you, I've got some nasty emails. Why are you giving away all the secrets? Man, look, there's enough money out there for all of us to make money if that's what you're trying to do, trying to sell pours. If you want to make more than me, be better than me, right? I'm going to do my best to be the best I can be. And if it's not as good as other people, it is what it is. The people will show one way or another. So I'll leave it up to you guys. Oh, soft plastic baits. Yeah, I remember you talking about that. Hell yeah, man. Dude, I still haven't been fishing yet, but I'm telling you what, I got that new GoPro for a creator edition. I got it a year ago. I still haven't used the damn thing yet. I'm about to go do some fishing. That's going to happen soon. So hopefully I can catch a good bass and then make a nice little video out of it. I just did a 3 set of 1 ounce 99 Viking bars. Nice, dude. FG Stacker, what's up? Man, I still got to get into contact with you. I've been so damn busy. I want to send you an email with my phone number though, and maybe we can talk sometime. I know you've been doing a lot of stuff for other people, so that's another thing too. I'm not trying to like bug you. I saw you got a lot of stuff going on in the community, so. But I would love to get with you at some point. I like your work. So anybody that might not know, FG Stacker, he pours too. If anybody wants to drop Stu's link, if you can do that, please do that for me. As a matter of fact, I need to All right, FG, I got you. Heck yeah, cat. Catch a fish on camera challenge. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've never even, you know, I had to hook up my GoPro to, shit, I gotta go inside and put this thing in the oven. Hold on, I'll be right back. Remind me fishing when I come back. All right, this is what we're about to pour. This is a plastic doubloon that I got from Pirate Stacker back in the day. And he gave away a bunch of swag. I have all his swag, so much of it. But I had to grind off like made in China and all the other little things. So you won't really see that once I do the pour. It just looks like a doubloon. But that's what we're making a copy of. So I made one because I got that from Pirate. I made one for Pirate, sent it to him. So he has the prototype, although that was before I even had any kind of, I didn't have any, why am I having a brain fart right now? COAs. So he never did get a COA, and then he ended up going through some tough times and had to sell it anyway. But so there's a prototype out there, and there is a number one. This will be a number two. Unless I make this a prototype, I mean, I could probably do that, but I don't like doing stuff like that. I try to be as authentic as possible. Keep it real, you know. Yeah, Stu, it's all about the preparation. If you can figure out how to get the sand to work right, once you figure out the sand aspect of it, trust me, it's way better to take a couple extra minutes in the beginning process than it is to try to clean it up later. If you can get the sand perfect, even if it takes a couple extra minutes, it's just worth it to do that. Like I said, I have some pieces where I'll spend 2 hours just on the sand before I actually pour it. Not often, but it does happen. That turtle is a tough one because you got to dig everything out. It has four legs, it has the head. You got to get it just in the right spot, and it's bendy. The legs bend and the head bends, so you got to really be careful with it. And it takes practice. I only have a few turtles. This is a number one turtle. No, this is number two. I did a prototype and a number one. This is going to be the number two. And then I have some of the flying turtles where I keep the sprue on it because everybody wanted me to do that. And it seems to be a pretty popular one. I think that's going to be, I think I just sold the number three. So for turtles and flying turtles, we're about the same. It is the same turtle, but one has a sprue and one doesn't. And this one, I was trying to make a flying turtle, but the sprue right down here at the bottom where it starts to flange out, it got real skinny on me and I had to cut it off and just, I wasn't going to just waste the whole turtle because like I said, I had 2 hours just in the sand. So, but double tap the screen, guys. When we get to 50 likes, we're going to give away a silver quarter. Timu, good for pouring molds. if not for real silver. I bought some things off of Temu for to make copies of a bunch of like jewelry and necklaces and things like that. Actually, I bought a bunch of turtles because I know everybody likes the turtles. I have like 10 different turtles now because I bought little turtle necklaces because they were cheap and I could make copies of them. I bought quite a few things like that. And of course, once you get it in, then you realize, well, crap, I can't even make a copy of this because, you know, it has to be 2D. If it's too much of a 3D kind of looking thing, it won't work. You can't take sand in from the sides of anything. It has to be top and bottom. So it's tricky. And that's why I want to get with UFG, because I got so many things that I want to do that I really can't do because it's just, and it's still a cool idea. I know it's something that will sell, but I just can't pour it because it's so indented on the edges and things like that, if that makes any sense. I'm slowly working it out. That's all it takes, man. Just keep grinding. Yeah, getting items out of the sand. Yeah, you kind of want to tap it. And I'll tell you what I use. I use my file. And I use this wood piece. Try to use wood. Try not to use metal, because if you tap with metal, sometimes it might ding it up or something. So I always try to use something wood. Tap on it. Do what you can do. And then sometimes I have tools inside. I don't have any of them out here. But pretend like this is not a file and it's a tool. And I'll take 2 of them on each side and try to pry it out like that. That works sometimes. But yeah, that's the hardest part, is getting whatever the piece is. Now, if you can make a copy of something metal, I'm gonna tell you right now, metal will pop out way easier than anything else. Now, a lot of us, we do plastic because that's what 3D prints are. And I mean, it would be pretty cool if you could 3D print something in metal. I don't even know if that's possible yet. I'm sure it will be at some point, but yeah, it's hard to get plastic stuff out, especially if there's a lot of detail and it's hitting it on different angles. It's kind of hard. Now, if it's like a bar sort of thing, bars are usually not too hard. You can usually pop them out okay. I've got a couple pieces that are really detailed. And I have to show you that stuff, FG. Some of that stuff is really cool. A lot of details to it, which is something I cannot do. I basically just pull things off the internet and then 3D print it. But my 3D printer is kind of all jacked up right now. Even though I have a new one that's in the box still. It's a PLA, it's a Ender 3 Pro. It's like not the greatest printer in the world. And so, you know, I like these sort of prints where everything is nice and smooth. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but you don't get those print lines, where sometimes I tend to get print lines, especially if I'm taking something that's big and I'm trying to shrink it down and make it smaller so that I can pour it. That's when things kind of get a little weird. Yeah, don't buy silver off there. Yeah, don't buy silver off of Temu. Don't do it, because I've actually bought stuff off of there. I bought fakes because I wanted to have fakes to show people this is what a fake is. And I got the pocket pinger and all that stuff, so I wanted to kind of mess around with that. But yeah, that's the only time I've ever even tried to buy anything. I bought some of the German silver bars. I mean, it was only like $2 or $3, but I knew that they were fake. So don't buy anything off of Temu if you're looking for something real, that's for sure. Will Land says, yes, flying turtle is cool. Appreciate that. You might need to pick one of those up. Yeah, man, that's such a hard one. The last one I sold for $150, so it's not a cheap one. That was out of the auction. The first one, the prototype, sold for $190, which is crazy because it's not even 3 ounces. But that's one of those ones that just takes hours. But so your GoPro. Something about fishing. Man, I done forgot. That was like so long ago. My brain does not work like that. Sorry, guys. We're going to do some fishing. That's the point. Oh, I used to have the hell was that? Either we're at war or that's thunder. Damn, might be a storm rolling in. Fish brain. I got so many pictures on fish brain of fish that I caught, but I don't really have any videos. That's the thing. I could probably make a video showing like fish that I've caught through pictures. And I thought about trying to do that. But I want to get out there and catch some fish live. No, well, not live necessarily, but on camera. I have taken a deer. If you go back, I don't know, maybe 50 shorts, maybe more than that. I did take a deer down. It was really far away, so you can't really see it like that. I pull the trigger, it kicks its legs and runs off, and that's it. Like, you don't really see blood or anything like that. But people do it all the time, man. Everybody gets nervous about YouTube, but it's like there's a lot of hunting videos out there. So I don't think that's too bad. TikTok? Nah, you can't even show blood on TikTok. You cannot show, they'll call it animal endangering or endangerment or something like that, and they'll kick you off. It's messed up. I don't hunt just to take things out. I hunt to feed my family. So yeah, there's definitely a storm rolling through. I wouldn't buy silver. Yeah, we got that. That's cool. I'll try it. Terry, what's going on? Appreciate you stopping in. We got 13 likes. Once we get to 50, we're going to give away a silver quarter. Yeah, I have that issue too, even with some of my panels. You know who does the items like figurines? The Broke Stacker. He might be able to give you pointers for those. For what? Uh-oh, it's definitely coming through. Yeah, I don't. Broke Stacker, he just now started sandcasting. I don't think he's really going to tell me anything, but not saying I'm better than anybody. I'm just saying. I appreciate that though. Print lines are a thing. Oh man, what am I doing here? I've gotten it down to where I have minimized the print lines in topography. Yeah, man, something's coming through. Faux show. Might be a boom boom fest here in a little while. Damn. I feel like it's starting to mess my lights up already. Man, it better not mess this pour up. All right, I'm gonna burn one, and then I never did look at the damn clock when I put that in the oven. I don't think it's been 20 minutes, but this doubloon, I don't think I really have to warm the sand up that much. Not everybody does that too. What I'm doing right now is, so what I do with my sand casts, instead of drawing vent lines that are really thick, where you get like you actually see the vent line, like you see it like silver. Once you take it out, like you'll have a whole line coming out and going down. I used to do that. I used to draw the vent line out, pretend this is a flask. I would draw a vent line from the piece and then poke a toothpick through it. I quit doing that. I don't do that at all anymore. Now what I do is I go around the edge and I take all the sand out all the way around the 3 edges. I leave the top like it is. And then I'll take an X-Acto knife and I just draw lines down to that opening. And that does enough to get everything, it'll get all the gases out. The last one I did was this, and I wasn't that proud of this one. I'm not sure if I'm going to redo this or not. Because you see those little, I can do better than that. So I might remelt this. I don't know. I might run it through the tumbler and see what it looks like. But I don't want to sit here and file all this off. I started to a little bit with the sander. But I'm going to lose all that. And why do that if I'm just going to melt it down anyway? The back looks good, but I don't like when I get pitting. I'm such a perfectionist that I don't like to put stuff out like that. Now, if it's a prototype, I'll let it go. But if it's not a prototype, I like it to be a little bit better. Damn, we might be in for a show here in a couple minutes. You don't have a tumbler yet? That's my tumbler. Go to Amazon. It's very cheap. I don't think it's more than $100. I think it was like $80 or something like that. I'm not sure. It's been a long time. But I'll tell you another thing. It only comes with one. And if you can get the red one that's twice as long and it has 2 of them, I think that's better, because then you can have one for copper and one for silver. Right now what I do is I have the same bucket, but I always clean it out and I have different shot. One for copper, one for silver. So I never mix anything. And that's with crucibles, that's with anything. I never mix metals because I'm trying to keep everything as clean as possible. But yeah, if I could go back, I would get the double. I think it's well worth just being able to do multiple things too, because whenever I tumble something, I don't put more than like 5 or 6 pieces in at a time because I don't want them clanking up against each other. You know what I mean? So I only put like maybe 5. If they're small, 6. Man, I feel like there's going to be a torrential downpour when I try to bring this damn thing outside. I'm going to get some plastic to put over it. I got to go from upstairs from the kitchen because it's in the oven right now, and then bring it down the steps to the deck out to the shed. Jay Light, what's going on? I see that your message was retracted. Yeah, tumblers are nice, especially for silver, man. You can, or copper, you can really get copper looking nice. Now I clean this with a wire wheel. I always do that first. I don't like to put things in a tumbler too dirty. Like I'll clean it with a wire wheel and then I'll put it in the tumbler. And I'll tell you what, man, things really shine up when you do it that way. With silver, it always looks pretty good, even when you pour it. I mean, you might have to clean it up a little bit. Yeah, run it straight through the tumbler. It shines stuff up really nice. Now you can buff things too, and I'll show you. I haven't used this one yet, but that's a way to buff. That thing right there, you put it on a drill press and just let it spin and just take your piece up to it. Now you got to put some stuff on it. I don't have it. This is a brand new one, so I don't have any stuff on this one, but that's what I use that for. And then when I go to cut pieces off, I use that saw right there, that bandsaw. I used to do everything by hand, and it takes forever, and I'd rather just, even if I waste the silver, whatever, it'll take me, instead of a half an hour, it might take me, 3 minutes to cut something, depending on the piece. Sometimes sprues tend to be a little thick. It just depends on what I'm doing, but yeah. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask, because I'm an open book when it comes to pouring. It looks like the rain's about to start. Yeah, don't mix the crucibles for sure. You can see I got crucibles all over the place back there. Never mix any kind of metal. Is that pyrosity? Pyrosity? Am I reading that right? Jay, I'm not sure what you're asking. Is that porosity? Yeah, I'm dyslexic. I don't read so well. My bad. I make my own tumbler with a Drew in sports bottle. Hey, you could do that. I mean, all you got, it's just a plastic thing that you put the shot in. It's just steel shot. That's all it is. Maybe that's the step I miss and I can improve things. I don't stick my sand mold in the oven before pouring. I just hit the top area. Well, yeah, hit the top area with the torch. I do that as well, to be honest. But yeah, I used to do all those big vent lines and take all that extra time to do it. Man, I feel like there's about to be a reckoning out here. I used to take all that extra time, but once I started to just draw the vent lines with an X-Acto knife, and you give it that extra little something to go around, I can show you before I put it together, although if it's about to start raining, I might not be able to do that. I might have to figure out how to get it out here without getting wet. Yeah, it's coming. Damn it. But, anyway, I'm gonna have a hard time hearing me in a couple minutes. I don't know what's about to happen. B. Taylor says, dang, homie. Sorry, dyslexic. Yeah, that's me. J Light retracted again. Boom. Clean your mold before you pour. That's half the problem. Clean the mold before you pour? Yeah, you always want to have your molds clean. I'm talking about sand casting. I'm not talking about molds like this, but this type of mold, always clean it. But Yeah, sand casting, the mold's always clean because it's sand that you're pouring into. No deer came in, but there's a little squirrel out there eating some corn. He's like, man, I don't know. I'm about to go up and get in a tree. She's getting crazy out here. Man, I almost want to wait till this passes. Well, the silver is melting. I gotta find something to put over the mold so it don't get wet. Moisture is your enemy when it comes to pouring. You do not want to have moisture in anything. For sure. I guess I'll just throw this rag over it. Man, I got this thing outside. Look, I set this thing up the other day. I'm hoping that don't end up. See, I put these on there because I had to pull it down tight and then clamp it. And once I did that, water was getting stuck up there, but now it's not doing it. But I don't know about this storm. That might be a different animal. Trying to go through my shed. Well, that crap's about to get wet. Whatever. It is what it is. It's always something, isn't it? 3:30. It has been 20 minutes. So I'm gonna go grab that and get soaked real quick. I will be right back in a minute. Man, I might just get a big towel to cover the whole thing. I don't want to take a chance. All right, so this is what we're about to pour. We're about to do a silver doubloon, copying this plastic one. Make a little pirate doubloon. And I will be right back. Actually, as soon as I said that, it started pouring even more. The good thing about thunderstorms in Maryland, it usually passes through pretty quick. But I really don't want to bring that down right now. Shut that door. Let's just give it a couple minutes. Fire blanket in the top. The top has always looked like this. So I bought a cheap one before I got this 2 auto, and that's why 3D sent this to me, because I bought a cheap one for like 190 bucks off of Amazon. It's already slowing down, sweet. And the first time I used it, it cracked. The whole top cracked all the way through, and I never used it again. I did get my money back, but yeah, then 3D sent me this one. So I've done quite a few pours with this, but not as many as I've done with the gas furnace. I've probably poured 350 ounces in pours through my gas furnace. And with this one, I'm probably only at 50. So we got some making up to do. Slow down a little bit. Now might be the time. Let's do this thing. I'm gonna go run and get the mold. Jeez. All right. Ugh. All right, so that's what it looks like. So you can see I dig around the edge. I dig that out, and then I just draw with an X-Acto knife out of it. That's what it looks like. But I don't want to leave this open too long, so we're going to get this closed up. And then I'll run the torch over top of it for a minute or two. Make sure there's no damn cat hair in it. The house is ridiculous. But yeah, I used to draw it out and stick it through, and it's just such an extra process. And if you heat the sand up, you don't seem to have to do that. So this is how I do it. Everybody does it differently, but I found this is what works for me the best when it comes to time anyway. You just want to make sure there's no moisture down in there. And I put it at, actually I had the oven at 210, and I left it in there for about 25 minutes probably. Usually I'll do about 20 minutes. I don't want to burn the sand in there. This is just propane. This isn't MAP gas. Should be good with that. Actually, I do want to warm these up too, because if you try to grab a hold sometimes of that and you don't get the moisture out of this, it'll stick to it, and then that sucks. You want to get all your moisture out of anything that you're doing. Definitely in the molds. So if I was going to do those other molds I was showing you earlier, like the cross, you definitely want to take a torch of that for quite a while before you go to pour. But let's zoom a little here, get a good picture, and get a good short out of this. See all the smoke getting through the cracks? So it does the same job. We're going to turn this off for now, because I'm not sure what I'm going to get to. It a little bit pop out there, but all in all, I feel like that was pretty good. I'm going to move that out of the way. Let's see what we got going on here. There was a little bit right there. Oh yeah. You want to make sure everything is black on this side. Too zoomed in here. We're gonna do a little quench here. Come on. Oh yeah. See, we didn't get any of the burnt stuff. That way I can just throw it right in here in the quench. Copper is a way more fun quench on a live stream. We got that. Immediately what I'm going to do is get this burnt sand off, because when you do it hot, and by the way, I do draw this around both sides, and I draw the vent lines on both sides just to make sure. But when you do this when it's still hot, the whole thing will pop out a lot of times. If you let it get cold, you're going to be sitting here scraping and doing all kinds of stuff and losing sand. You always lose a little bit of sand, but I try to keep that as minimal as possible because this is duff clay. This isn't Petrobond. This stuff is expensive. But you get way better details with duff clay, so that's why I like to use it. So we're just trying to get all the burnt sand off. I know my lighting in here kind of sucks, but so we're gonna just pop this out. See how the whole thing just pops out when it's hot. It will not do that once it cools down. The goal is to lose as little of duff clay as possible. That right there, I'm happy with. Any more than that, I'd be crying because I'm probably losing a couple dollars. So what we're gonna do is move this to the side for a second. Wish I had more room here. It's probably gonna burn my wood, but whatever. Shit, we gotta get this out too. I'm gonna save this silver for later. By now, this is probably not even hot anymore. I could probably pick it up with my finger and spray that it's not hot anymore. Come on. I had to lick my finger to make it wet to stick to it. And this, I'm just gonna throw it away. You can save it, and I have saved it plenty of times. I got tons of it. And it's getting to the point where it's just too much. So I've been just kind of tossing it. They say that you can revamp it, but I've never tried. All right, so this goes here. Let that cool down. This goes here. And so I can reuse all of that sand. Well, let's do a little bit of a cleanup here. So this is plastic. When I used to do it with the wire brushes, but it always leaves little scratch marks. So what I started to do is I quench it first, and then whatever's there, I'll go through, get it wet, and I'll clean it with the plastic one. But just don't do it when it's hot, because plastic and hot metal like that will definitely melt it. And you know how I know? Because I've done it already. As soon as I did it, I was like, oh, what did I just do? Yep, I messed up. Even when you use the plastic, it makes it not quite as shiny. What is that little blackness right there? That's weird. I had to clean that up with a Dremel. It's got this one little brown spot on it. It's got one on this side too. What the hell? The other good thing about doing this the way that I do it is you don't have those big sprue lines coming off of it. Any sprue line that I have coming off of it is going to be very tiny, which makes the cleanup process way easier. See, there's a couple little spots up here, but I can snip that off and grind it right off, either with the grinder or with the file. Looks pretty good. Looks like we got all the details on it. There's that little black spot. I don't even see it now. right here. There's a little black spot right there. So I might have to Dremel that out of it. But the good thing about doubloons, things like this, man, they, you know, they're made to look old anyway. So even if it does get a little bit messed up, you really can't tell. But yeah, and then we still got some more silver. This sprue right here will be more silver to melt some other stuff. Cool piece. Hate to see you waste them. Pyrosity. Yeah, I'm always game to learn new words. Thank you. Just need to sharpen it, then all good. Look up the word, yeah, we'll do that. Thank you for the schooling. Boom, like that sound. The glow, the glow. That's how it's done. That's a gold painting job. That's the next thing I want to try. Yeah, man, I've got some pay dirt that's in a bag that somebody sent to me. I won it in a giveaway like 3 years ago, and it's still sitting in the bag. And the cool thing about that is when I was talking about it in a video, man, the name is not coming. Who was it? Crap. I love to give credit where credit is due, but somebody sent me a pan. Oh man, who was that? Crap. Oh, I can't think of his name now. Now this was 3 years ago, but he did send me a pan, and that was pretty cool. He said that he has arthritis so bad he can't really do it anymore, so he sent me a pan that was never used, but he did, you know, sand it down, because when you get a new pan, you gotta take some sandpaper to it and kind of make it a little bit rough. You don't want it to be too smooth, apparently. And so he did that for me too. So I got the pan, I've got the pay dirt, I just need to do it, but I've never done it before, so I'm kind of like one of those people where it's like, I'll get there at some point, and I never do it because I've never done it before, but I'm going to. We're gonna definitely do a video about that. By the way, if you're here and you haven't double tapped the screen, please double tap the screen. We're gonna do a silver quarter giveaway if we get to 50 likes. And I would appreciate it either way. There you go. Thank you, B. Taylor. Appreciate that. Stu, I don't know if I have you. I tell you what, though, if you send me an email, my email is in everything, every video ever. Send me an email, and I will definitely make sure I go through. If you send me a link, I'll make sure I get through there. I can't do it through this because I don't want to mess it up, but if I don't have you, I will definitely link up. And I always, listen guys, anytime that you come across a new channel and you follow that channel, watch a video for at least a couple minutes. I always watch 3 videos, and I try to watch for 3 minutes. Go through the shorts, let the short play all the way through, hit the like button, leave a comment. Do it on 3 videos, and it's guaranteed that YouTube will not take that away, because YouTube, if you just go to a channel and you follow that person, if you do not interact within, I think, 3 days, they will take it back. It happens all the time. I've lost thousands of subscribers that way. They subscribe, but they don't actually, you know, follow any of the content for a couple days. And they do give you like 3 days, but you got to do something. You have to at least watch a video for a certain amount of time, like it, leave a comment. That usually makes it stick, but that's what I do. 3 videos. Somebody look it up before he forgets. Uh-oh. What'd I forget? I'm already forgetting. Oh man, that's a sweet win, brother. Yeah, man, it has, you know what's cool about it? I think it has silver, a little bit of gold, a little bit of silver, and it has gems in it. You can see the gems. So yeah, I need to get through that and make that a video. That'll be fun. Painting is certainly fun. Yeah, FG, man, I'll tell you, there where I hunt, there's I don't know if I'd find any gold, right? I'm in Maryland. I don't even know if it's around. Apparently they say gold is everywhere, but who knows? But there's some like really big cuts and gullies, and like there's this little stream in the bottom of this, 100-foot gully almost, like straight down. There's even a waterfall like 20 yards away from my stand. And I went down to the bottom of it one time, and there's all these seashells all over the bottom. Well, a couple years ago, we had a huge storm, and all the trees slid down, so you can't see that anymore. But if nothing else, I do want to try to gold pan and just see if it's possible. You never know, right? But I want to go and I want to search for arrowheads, because I have a feeling there's probably some pretty cool arrowheads and spearheads. I found one spearhead, and that was just outside of Washington, D.C., inside the Beltway even. But I found a 2-inch spear. I was digging a hole 2 foot in the ground, and I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? And I've actually made copies of that. I got 2 or 3 in silver, and I've got, I think, 2 in copper that I've made copies of, and I might do that again by this next auction. It's kind of heavy, so it's not a cheap one, but people seem to love it. But you can go back and look in the shorts. I think the last auction I did one of each, or maybe it was the auction before. But I've been posting shorts of all the things that I poured and that I sell. But anyway. Yeah, I've been trying to post a short every day, Stu, but it's hard, man. I kind of fell off for the past week. I'm trying to get back into that. I still need to post. I posted, I think, 1 or 2 shorts of the last auction, and I had 25 pieces in that auction, and I've only posted 1 or 2 shorts from it. And I sell coins and stuff like that too. So a lot of times, once the coin sells, because I know I can't make any more content with it, I'll make a short where I'm just kind of showing it. Pretend this is the coin, right? I'll show the coin front and back, and then I'll just take it in real slow, real close, right? And obviously not with this, because it doesn't go blurry. But and then I'll put some kind of music behind it, and those seem to do okay. But yeah, I gotta catch up, man. I gotta get on Instagram. I have probably 300 pours I need to put on Instagram still. It's ridiculous. I'm so far behind, man. This will be my 13th auction, I think. So, and I've been doing it for about a year, a little over a year. And I've only, on Instagram, if you go to Capital Currency on Instagram, I only have like the first 2 auctions of pours. And that was like kind of my learning process. So all the good stuff isn't even on there yet. So I got to post all that stuff, catch up. It's hard, man. Instagram is tough, man. I hate putting stuff up and I get 2 likes on it. And it's just like, why am I even doing this? It's so frustrating. Even on YouTube, man. YouTube has really been kind of messing with me a little bit. I was shadow banned for a little while there, talking about things I probably shouldn't have been talking about, but whatever. And then I don't post enough on any other platform, so when I do post, like TikTok, man, I get like 3 likes on something I spent hours on. And then you see some of this other stuff out there where people get all these likes, and it's like, really? Come on, man. Help me out, guys. Where's everybody at? It can be frustrating, but, that's not why I do it. It's not for likes. It's, you want to put stuff out that people like, obviously. That's what keeps you going. But, that's not necessarily what it's about. On Instagram, I want to post everything. That way, if you buy a pour from me and you want to show somebody, and obviously you're not going to carry your collection around with you, but if you want to show somebody one of my pours that you bought from me, you can go to my Instagram and pull it up that way. So that's kind of the point, the process of why I was trying to do that. But like I said, I'm so far behind. I really got to catch up on it. I think I said 50 likes. We're only at 17. I'll tell you what, if we can get to 40 likes, we'll do the giveaway. So share this out and tell everybody to double tap. If we get to 40 likes, we'll give away a silver quarter. I'll try to make it a nice one too. That's informative about the views. Bro, need a cup of tea. Damn! That was close. OC, yo! What's up, brother? Sitting out here in a thunderstorm. Just did another one of these doubloons. It still needs to be cleaned up and all that. I just poured it. And then got some other stuff going on around here. This is some of the other things that'll be in the next auction. I did pour some of these copper crosses. Got a prototype and a 1 through 5. Probably gonna put those out. The rest of them are probably melters. I might do a heart. I might do one of the little crosses. We'll see. I was just melting stuff down, trying to get practice pouring into molds. Oh, like I was saying earlier, we were talking about molds, and somebody said something about something or other. And I was thinking, you want to get, anytime you do any kind of mold and see how that's kind of dirty, like I definitely want to clean that up. That's what they were saying, clean your molds. Yes, I will clean that up. But before I pour into this, I take a torch to it. You have to heat this whole thing up before you pour hot molten metal into it, because it will crack. And if it cracks, sometimes it will explode. So you always want to heat your molds up first. I'll be honest, I forgot to heat it up the last time I did one of these crosses. And no matter how much you heat it up, you always get some kind of something going on in the back. You see how in the back here it has that hole? That kind of always happens no matter how much you try to heat it up. Well, I forgot to heat it up one time, and I poured this one, and there was no hole. I was like, what the hell? What are you doing to me? So we did a job today, HVAC, and I always cut all the cords off so I can melt these down and make some copper pours with them. And all he does is take them to the scrapyard, and they don't pay him for the copper unless you cut the wires off and then sell them separately. But he just takes the whole thing in there, so he doesn't get any extra money for it. So I always cut them off, and you can do a couple pours. Like that's what all the hearts and the crosses. A lot of that was from wire that I melted down. It's definitely hard to make money at this. Silver is so expensive that nobody wants to pay but so much over spot for things, you know. And I get it. You know, it's not about the silver; it's about the art. And we definitely got to put the word out there about that stuff. The more we talk about it, the more people will understand. Some people, you know, they see a pour going for $10 over spot, and they're like, "What the hell? That's crazy!" But I had like 3 hours in that piece of hard work. So, you know, just one of those things. That's why I like doing copper every now and again, because copper is, I might pay a little bit for it sometimes, but for the most part, it's all profit. So if you want a pour of mine and you don't want to pay for the silver, get a copper piece. You're still going to pay up if it's a sand cast or if it's a pour in general, but it's not going to be anything close to silver. Like, what do you guys think about these crosses? They're 1.22 ounces, 1.2 to 1.4. What should I put these up for? What would you guys feel comfortable paying for a hand-poured copper cross? I got something in mind, but I want to see where you guys are, where your head's at. And it will be stamped. I'll stamp a number 1 on it. I'll stamp CU for copper and the number. It's going to be a prototype and then 1 through 5. I might even do 2 more, that way I have 7. Okay, 7 stacks once 1. I was going to do 10, but I don't know if I can get that far. Jerry, what's going on? Jerry, were you the one asking about the Chevy bow tie? Somebody asked me to pour that. I don't know if that was you, though. But somebody was asking me to pour another one, so I did. So there might be a battle for that one if you want it too. But yeah, the Chevy bow tie, I wish it was a little bit better. See how it's got those little spots right there? This was a 3D print that I did, actually. So you can see the lines in the back, which kind of sucks, but it's a hand pour. It's still cool. So what I was going to do is I'm going to tone this and hopefully get some cool like purples and greens on the inside, and you won't notice those spots as much. And then I'm going to clean up the outside to make it silver on the outside. So it's going to be like a two-tone. I think that'll really pop. And then you won't notice those holes as much. A lot of people like that sort of thing because this one's going to be different than any other one because I'm never going to get those same little holes there. But being a perfectionist like I am, I'm just, you know, just one of those things. OC, when I did that flying turtle for you, this was the one I did before. The turtle looks great, but that sprue didn't look good, so I actually did the sprue thicker than this one for yours. So you have the heaviest one. That'll be coming to you soon. I was going to have an auction last Friday, but I wasn't ready, so I had to postpone. So it won't be this Friday because I think that's when they're doing the what's that called? The Wounded Warrior Project. That's this weekend coming, right? If not, I might just have an auction this weekend. I don't want to step on that, so I'm going to try to do it at the end of the month, which is the 30th. It's a Friday. Yes, that was you, Jerry. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to try to have the auction. Yeah, it's hard to price the pours, man. When I first started, I was selling all my pours for $35 an ounce for sand casts because I was trying to get my art out there. I was just starting out. I only sell on YouTube, and I wanted to kind of get out there. So I was putting stuff up. Now, silver wasn't what it is today a year ago. I think it got down even to around 25 at one point. And I was doing sand casts for 35. Actually, I think it was more like 27 when I was doing 35. But, you know, that's nothing when it comes to all the time you have invested in it. So that's what I say. It's hard. If you're trying to get rich doing this, just find something else because you're not going to get rich doing it. I was trying to make it a business and solely doing this for a while. But I'm at a point now where I really can't do that anymore. I gave it a good go, and I'm not going to stop doing it. I'm going to keep doing it, but auctions are not going to be once a month. It'll probably be like every quarter. Like every 3 months, I'll probably have an auction and do that as like a side gig. Trying to do it 100%, man. If you don't have like a press and you're not stamping like multiple pieces of like 50 or 100 at a time, it's really hard to make profit. So just, you know, FYI for anybody out there that's trying to get into pouring, don't do it for the money because you will get discouraged very fast. You got to go into it thinking, you know, that you want to get your art out there, that you're going to give things, you're going to lose, not necessarily lose money, but you're going to break even on a few pieces. It's just how it is. But then you also do pieces where people show up and they bid your pieces up, and that's what's cool. Once you find those pieces, try to do multiples of them and see what happens. Like with the praying hands. If I do another praying hands, that'll be number 10. So I'm probably going to try to have at least one praying hands for the next auction because everybody likes that one. And that one means a lot to me too because I got that from my grandmother when she passed away. It was hanging on her wall. So I love putting that piece out. And that's kind of like this. Like this was something that my grandfather had back in the day before he passed away. And I made copies of that. By the way, I am really proud of this one. Every detail came out in this. I did have to drill that out because it filled in. So the trigger, I had to drill that out just with a drill bit, but all the details showed up nice. That's where I took it in, so it didn't have a whole lot of room, and you can see how it gets smaller right after where it comes in. But it worked out. And then we got the MP5. And if you guys like channel rounds, this is my toner channel round. Camera's not going to do it justice, but there is some purples and greens and different colors to it. And the cool thing about that is every pour comes with a COA. That's number 5. But that one comes with a 1 of 10 sticker. It's a fabric sticker. And that's 5 of 10. I still have 4 of those left. I think I have 4, 5, 8, and 9, I think is what I have left. If anybody is into the mushroom, let me know, because I got to pour another one. Rhonda wanted this one, so we're going to hook Rhonda up with that. She already bid on that. And then we have this one. If you like America, United States of America, 1776, this is a cool piece. It's heavy, so not a cheap one, 2.33 ounces. This is a prototype, though. I'm probably going to clean this up a little bit better up here. And then we got the other 2 pew-pews, double barrel shotgun and a lever action rifle. Both of these are around 1/3 of an ounce. And then the turtle. OC has a turtle and a flying turtle coming to him. That's a different one from even those 2. This weekend, yeah, I'm not going to step on that. So if I have an auction, it'll be next weekend. If I can make enough money next week to where I don't have to necessarily have an auction, I might push it back another week, but I don't want to get too crazy. And I know, OC, I know you're waiting too. So I'll probably do it that day. Damn, T-Bird on a Thursday. Okay. That's new. Working as a model weekend? Yeah, I bet. He has the day off? Yeah, once we get off here soon, we'll hop over, hang out with him for a little while. I just want to get enough to get more silver. I'm not doing it to get rich, just like pouring. Yeah, that's what I was doing, trying to pour, trying to pay my bills and make enough to buy more silver, and it just didn't happen. I made enough to pay the bills, but I didn't make enough to buy more silver, so that's kind of been my dilemma. But now that I've got this HVAC job, it's not steady every day, but it's enough. Now that we're getting going a little bit, I should be able to let that be my main income, and then kind of do this here and there when I get a chance, you know. I did notice that so when I cut this sprue off, I'm gonna have to cut it here and then come back and cut that little piece off. Actually, we can go ahead and do that now if you guys want to see how that's done. I don't know how great this is gonna video. Let me get up high here. Yes, dude, just stay positive and just, you know, it's very easy to get discouraged. Just don't let anything get to you. Just do your thing. That's all you can do. See if I can get a good cut on this. I want to get close, but I don't want to get too close. If I go too far, it's going to look ridiculous. But it is kind of like on that edge, which I wasn't trying to do, but I kind of had to. should work. I had to. We're way too high now. You see, I had to kind of cut it at two spots because I didn't want to lose too much there. That's where we cut it. That was pretty good. The goal is to not lose as much as possible. That's really the only goal here. And then I'll take it to a sander or file it by hand. For some pieces though, I like to just take it to the sander. It makes it a little bit easier. You can see this is the plastic one and this is the silver one. You can see how I had to scratch all. It said made in China, so I had to scratch that off, and you really can't even tell. One of them, I think I even put a CC on it. So what we can do is come over here. Extension cord over. Now this sucker gets hot fast, so you gotta do the thing pretty quick. But and actually I use these a lot because this gets pretty close where I can snip these little pieces off and not lose it. So I'm gonna do that real quick. We're going to save those. This is all the stuff I've been saving for a while. We're going to do a pour with this eventually. Cut this little, see how it gets a little bit of a flare there. I'm gonna try to cut that off real quick too. You can save that for later. But that's pretty good. And then what we'll do is come over here and do a little filing. Double tap the screen, guys, so we can do a giveaway. This is actually a surgical stainless steel thing that doctors use for their utensils, or whatever the hell they call that stuff, for lack of a better word. But I always do it over top of this. Try to clean it out good at first. So that way any kind of shavings will go into this. I don't know how great this is going to work, but we're going to try it a little bit. Make sure we get all these edges. These edges off. And I know you're not supposed to go back and forth with a file, but I do. By the way, has anybody seen Titan? I haven't seen him in a while. I'm going to give him a text. Make sure he's all right. This is a great chest workout too, by the way. If anybody's looking for a new workout, just file. Sorry, guys, I'm not looking at the comments. I'll get there in a minute. But if you're new, if you just showed up, double tap the screen. We get to 40 likes. We're going to do a silver quarter giveaway. I'm always trying to make it as smooth as possible. And of course, when you do that, you always take off more silver. But I hate having that crack down the middle. Granted, having something like this, a doubloon, would probably look like that anyway, so you don't need to get too crazy. Feeling, make sure that there's no edges here that are needing to be smooth. And I'll even take the round one to it. Take this one to it. It's got a bit of a bend to it sometimes. But like I said, this one, the way that these were forged anyway back in the day, it kind of makes it look a little bit more authentic when you leave stuff a little bit. So that looks pretty good in my opinion. trying to smooth everything out good. I think that's pretty good. I'll take the wire brush to it. And what I do with this, tap that all the way down to the corner here. Save as much as possible. And then we're going to put this into the extra pour. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but it's going to be all sand. Not sand, but scraps. It's going to be the scrap pour. You got a little bit in there. Nothing crazy. I might get to an ounce soon. And then what I'll do is we'll leave that about like it is right there. And then put a new wire, not a wire, but ooh, we got a new one right there. Bam. Should already have one on here. We'll use this one. Unless I was using that. I might have been using copper on that one. Hold on. Better to be safe than sorry. I like these doubloons to kind of have this burnish look to it anyway. Although I could run it through the tumbler. The more you run this over it, the more shiny it gets. So if you do want it to be shiny and burnished at the same time, you just kind of let it run over it longer. And then if you want to shine it up even more, you could take a wire brush to it. But I always want to go around those edges. See, that's what it looks like now. That's what it looked like before. I don't know if you can see what I'm looking at, but and this is what they call the cleanup process. See the difference? Clean all this up so it all looks the same. funny too, because you can do it this way, and I turn it like this, and it'll look different. So I always try to do like a circular motion. All right, so that's a good start. I think that this looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Silver doubloon. I'd love to have like 1,000 of these. I think the edge is cleaned up pretty nicely. I'd say it's at least a good 9 of 10. What do you guys think? Why don't we weigh it and see what we're working with here? I'm going to say, let's make guesses. What do you guys think this is going to weigh? That's in my hand. Now, I don't have small hands, so there is that. What do you guys think this weighs? Looks mint. Thank you, Stu. Appreciate that. Arturo, what's going on? Thank you. Appreciate that. Cartier, what's up? Appreciate you stopping in, brother. That sprue was a chunk, yeah. That was the sprue. You always want to have at least double. Whatever this is going to weigh, you want to have at least double on top to make sure everything pushes down good. And I like to do even 2 times. So this was somewhere around an ounce. It was probably 3 to 4 ounces that I had on top of it, just to make sure all the details all that silver gets smushed down in there. And if you vent right, that helps, obviously. But, yeah. I'm trying to back up a little bit. I know I missed a bunch of stuff. Can't wait to see the auction. That's cool, B. Taylor. I hope you're there. I don't think you've been in my auctions yet, right? It's been a month since I had one, a little over a month, so. And Marsh, what's up? Appreciate you stopping in. We've got 17 people here and 18 likes. If you haven't double tapped the screen, please double tap the screen. When we get to 40 likes, we're going to do a giveaway for a silver quarter. So shall we see what this weighs? I can't remember. I want to say it's just under an ounce, if I remember correctly. I'm going to say 0.92 of an ounce. I broke my damn scale. I broke the freaking top to it. That sucks. Not like it was expensive or anything, but here, we'll do it in troy ounces first. I don't know if you guys can see. Looks like it. Dang, that was pretty close. 0.98 troy ounces. .98 grams, 30 and a half, 30.5. Yeah, I was thinking this one. I was hoping it was an ounce, but I feel like I remember last time I did it, it wasn't quite there. But yeah, so that'll be in the next auction. Not this Friday, but next Friday. I don't care what happens. On the 30th, I'm having an auction on a Friday. It'll start in between 7 or 8. I don't know. I might do 7. So come hang out. No matter what, you got a chance to win something, even if you don't buy something. So, and I might do incentives for people that do buy something. I might do a giveaway at the end of the night for everybody that picks up a piece. And also what I'm thinking about doing, if anybody likes to do super chats, because that really helps me out. It helps me to be able to put some more money into the channel, even though YouTube does take 30% of that. Super chats help a bunch. And so if anybody ever wants to do a super chat, for every $5 super chat, I'm going to do a giveaway. Not for every one, but obviously for like a month. Everybody that does a $5 super chat, you're going to get your name in a hat. At the end of the month, I'm going to pull out a name, and you'll get a chance to win a pour. It'll be definitely a pour, not just a coin or anything like that. It'll be a pour. It really depends on how many people get into it. Like if 5 people do it, obviously I can't do anything crazy. But or if 2 people do a $5 super chat, you know, we got to see what happens. But I think that'll be fun to do, because I love doing giveaways, and it's hard for me to do giveaways because I don't have a crazy amount of income coming in right now. But we'll get there. Once I get back to where I was when I first started this channel, man, we're gonna have a lot more fun. Trust me. But yeah, I'll announce that at some point, show you what it is, and then we'll start it like at the beginning of the month, and then wait till the end of the month, and then give it away. And to be honest, I'll probably pour something, and then tell everybody about it throughout the live streams. And then even if 2 people do a $5 super chat, those 2 people will have a chance to win a cool pour. So, but you guys know how I am. Say I do something like that, and we have like 50 people that do a $5 super chat, I'm obviously going to throw some cool stuff in. So I think it's a good way for you guys to support the channel, because all that money, all that stuff always goes into like stickers and things like that. None of us in this type of community are making any money unless we're, I'm not going to name names, but you know the big channels. Most of us out here are just basically putting the money back into YouTube. And I love to do giveaways and things like that. So, Joseph Lopez, what's up? Yeah, OC, I always do a with the auctions. What I've been doing is earlier in the day, I set it up so that you see that it's live. So people come across that, they know it's going to be live at whatever time, and then I go into that live. But I also do a video the day before to let you guys know what I have, what's going to be in the auction. So there's always a video that comes before. Now, it might only be, I think the furthest I went was like 4 hours before the live stream started. So I'm trying not to do that anymore. I'm trying to make sure at least by Thursday at some point, or at least late night Thursday. So by Friday morning, you guys can see the video. I always post a video, so make sure you hit the notifications and set it up on all, because a lot of people don't get notifications from me anymore. That's YouTube's screwing around. But make sure you hit the notification bell so that you know when I put a video out, when you know when the live stream is going to be, and then I go live, and you should get another notification. And also what I've been doing before the live streams is I do a community post. And if you go back and look at some of my community posts where I talk about it, it's going to be the same picture. It's basically a hammer or a gavel. It's a white background with a gavel in it. And if you see that, you know it's about time. I need to grab something. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So yeah, if anybody has seen any of my pours, if there's a pour of mine that you like, that you want me to pour again, let me know. Let me know, and I'll make sure to try to have something ready. When it comes to silver, I've got some things I can melt down. I've only got about, man, what do I have? Probably, by the way, and if you want a mushroom, this one is a little bit under an ounce. This is already sold. And that's to my amazing moderator that does so much for me. So I went ahead and sold it out at the auction. But we got some copper crosses that I think will be fun. Some of those. Yeah, a couple little copper hearts too. Maybe we'll put something like that up. Maybe we'll put up a couple cool little bars. Who knows? That was kind of a cool little cross. But yeah, if you get one of these channel rounds, it comes with a fabric sticker, which I've only put 10 of the, I only had 10 made. And they were $2 a piece for the freaking sticker. So, you know, it is a 1/2 ounce round. It's toned. It looks cool. It's got some purples and greens and whatnot. But I'm starting them at $22. Because I started the other ones at $20. And I sold all those, the not toned version. But I didn't have the sticker with it. You just got a regular sticker. So to get the fabric sticker, it cost me $2. That's all I'm doing is just adding $2 to it. So it's really the same price as the original 1/2 ouncers. But, you know, that's where we're at with that. All right, B. Taylor. Appreciate you. You see my post? I tagged you in for free $20. No, Joseph, I have not been really on YouTube at all. I've just been kind of crazy busy. Are you talking about for the phone? The Bloom, how much does something like that go for? I don't know. I gotta really think about it. Depends on where silver's at. Usually for an ounce, I'm trying right now I'm trying to get around $45 an ounce for a sand cast. This was poured in sand. So I'll probably start that at like 45. There's probably about two hours wrapped up in that piece. Yeah, I appreciate that, Joseph. 5 minutes later. You know how it is. Cartier, you know what's up. I try. All right, bud, go get some food. Get some tacos, Cartier. Get some tacos. Oh, and I saw that video. I did come across that at one point where you were like in the hospital or something. So I hope you're doing well. Keep on keeping on. I hear that. You too. Hope you're healing up nice. And I'll tell you, for Sandcast, there's people that I like say Drone Silver, right? He's on TikTok. He sells his pours for $2 a gram all day, every day. Not even Sandcast sometimes. And, you know, I think at 45 starting out, that's a pretty good price. Now, I always hope it goes somewhere from there, but like I said, when silver was down like 10 bucks, I started them out at 35. So we're really about the same price. But I can't keep doing stuff breaking even. I gotta at least make a few dollars off a piece. That way I can buy more silver. You know what I mean? I know most of you guys understand. Any silver crosses? OC, well, you do have that hammered cross coming to you. Remember, you did pick that up in the auction. We didn't talk about that. I don't know if I mentioned that last time, but you did pick up the hammered cross, which is this. Because you see how far this comes down? I have to clean this out really good because I've been pouring with copper. But once I clean it out real good, and then I can pour silver into it. But silver solidifies so fast, it doesn't get all the way down. So it's really hard to do that. Even the one you got, I might not be able to do that again. That's kind of an anomaly. But this cross right here is a lot easier to do in silver, which is this size. That's the difference. So if you want something like this in silver, I think I'm up to like number 6 on that. I think the next one might be number 6. So I might do 2 more of these. We'll get 6 and 7 of those because, you know, 7's probably going to want one. So maybe I'll try to do a couple of those if that's what you guys are into. Let me know. All right, Stu. I appreciate you hanging out. All right, Joseph. Have a good night. I'm probably going to end this at some point soon. I'm still doing wound therapy, and it's getting smaller, so yeah. I'm going to eat something now. I'll be back 15:30. All righty. I'm glad you're healing up too, Joseph. I was worried about you guys. And by the way, I do pray for all you guys all the time. Maybe not on a daily basis, but at least every couple days, I pray for all of my YouTube family. I think that's very important. It's like today when I went to go work, I prayed for me and my cousin, man. We were doing some HVAC work, and I pray for us to have a smooth ride, for my truck to be good, for his truck to be good, for us to get through without any injuries. Now, I will say today he did cut his hand in 2 spots and was bleeding all over the place, but it could have been worse, so. All right, Stu. Or maybe 45 minutes. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be on here by then. Go over to, shit, who did I say earlier? Damn, where am I having a brain fart? Oh. T-Bird. Oh, there you go. I see. Yeah, here. I was getting ready to ask you, but then it popped in my head. Well, we got halfway to the likes. And I did take it down. I'm trying to get to 50. I'm really trying to get to 60 likes. I think 72 likes is the most I've ever gotten. So if we ever get above that, we'll do a nice giveaway at some point. But a lot of the stuff I have left, man, it all goes into the auction because times are tight. Just gonna put this out there. If anybody wants to donate some silver, feel free. Nah, I'm just joking. Here's a piece I'd like to do at some point. It won't be silver because it's so big, but wouldn't that look good in copper? It's a little thick. I gotta get a bigger flask. I have a flask I'm gonna make at some point. I gotta get the welder going. So this is like the normal size. And something like this, you can see it's really not gonna fit in there. So I have some metal, some like real thick metal. I'm gonna make a nice big, it's probably gonna be about like that. So I can do some bigger pieces. We'll get there. All right, we'll wait for OC to get back and then we'll hop over to T-Bird. So as far as coins, I have some piece dollars. I have about 4 piece dollars that I'm probably going to put in the next auction. And it's 22, 23, 24, and 25 for dates. AU. And then I have the silver story. I got to make a video about that first, though, because it's a pretty cool piece. It's very rare to find this piece. So it has a Morgan dollar, a piece dollar, and then it has, in a capsule, silver granules, which is basically like silver shot. And then it tells the story of silver and how you could cash in a silver certificate for silver and all that stuff. So I might let that go. And then some collectible type of rounds that I don't really want to melt because I know I can probably get, I mean, some of these go for 65, 70 bucks. Now, I'm not going to put them up for that. It'll be cheaper than you can probably get them anywhere else. I always try to do that. I look up stuff online. Whenever I put something in an auction, I look everything up online. I find the cheapest price, and I start it around that low price, usually under that low price, and hope it goes somewhere from there. But if it's a piece that I can melt. And if I'm not going to get at least 45 bucks for it, there's no point in selling it as a coin. I'll just melt it and sell it as a pour. And that's just me being honest, you know. That's how I do things. And everything that I've ever bought comes from reputable dealers, online dealers, JM Bullion, SD Bullion, you know, that sort of thing. So there's no way of anything not being real. Of course, I test everything anyway, but, you know, just saying. But yeah, there's a couple other things around here. It's pretty a pretty thick heart. I was thinking about maybe hammering one of these. I don't know if I've ever hammered copper. A hammered piece in silver looks really cool. And you just take a hammer to it and you just beat the shit out of it for an hour or two. And it just has a really cool look to it. So I might try to do one of these in copper and see what happens. Got some smaller bars. There's some pretty cool ripples on this one. But usually I just melt this stuff down, trying to recycle. And then if I'm going to pour some kind of sand cast, I can grab a couple of these and just throw it in the furnace, and just makes it easier. But sometimes I'll let things go like that. It just depends. See, like I was saying earlier, I'm going to do a pour, and we're going to start on the 1st of the month. I'll do a live stream letting everybody know. I'll show the piece, and for every $5 super chat, you'll get your name in a hat to win that pour at the end of the month. I think that'll be a fun way for people to support the channel, and then also have a chance to win something cool. I mean, I think it'd be pretty cool, because whatever I do is going to be at least over an ounce. To get a sand cast pour that's over an ounce. And it might even be something like this. Some kind of channel thing. So I might do another one of these. But we'll see. As a matter of fact, let's see what that weighs. $1.15. So it'll probably be something like that. And then, you know, if a bunch of people do it, I'll add stuff and we'll go from there. Maybe add a silver quarter, maybe a $50. I do have some 1963 BU Franklin $50 that'll be in the next auction. I have a bunch of silver quarters. I got a bunch of proof quarters that I need to let go of. I'm going to lose money on them because I paid way too much for them, but I don't really like holding on to them. They're proofs, and I'm not going to melt down anything like that because it's 90% silver. I only do 3/9 fine stuff. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I do some kind of pour in 90%? I've kind of wanted to try that at some point. I did a 40% round one time. 7 Stacks picked that up. I only did one time. And I weighed it out. So I did 0.6 in silver and then 0.4 in copper. No, 0.4 in silver, 0.6 in copper. So it was a 40% silver. And you know, my dyslexic ass, I probably did it wrong, and she probably got something that was way heavier than it was supposed to be. I wouldn't doubt it. But yeah, I did that one time. But I don't know. I think it'd be cool to do something in 90% maybe. See what that's all about. The problem is I'm going to have to get like a different crucible because it's going to have copper in it, and I don't want to mix anything. So, but I do have a couple extra crucibles laying around. We might do that. Either way, I doubt that I'm going to want to melt down proofs for that. But some of those proofs do have some toning to it, which isn't really nice toning. It's kind of ugly toning, to be honest. So if I did it, it would probably be those. But yeah, we're going to set it up. We're going to say the 30th will be the next auction. And you guys can get a chance at anything you see here. Plus some coins and other things like that. Some of these might be toned. Some of these might be antiqued. This one actually does look pretty cool antiqued because all the lower spots here will be like a darker color. And then I'll clean up like the top layer. So everything will really pop. You'll really see all the details if I do that. So this one I'll probably end up antiquing. The turtle is going to be antiqued because that looks really cool. And actually, if you guys want to see what this looks like antiqued, I can show you because I have, I still have OCs. Before I send it out, I can show you what that looks like. It really makes the details pop out. I can show you the flying turtle too if anybody doesn't know what that's all about. Yeah, I'll grab that real quick. I might even put up my second sandcast I ever did, which is the Tool symbol. I don't know if anybody likes the band Tool. This is my second sandcast I did in silver. I left this little, that's how I used to do my vent lines. And I left it on there so it would stand up. So when I talk about the turtle, this is the regular turtle, right? That is the flying turtle because it has the sprue still attached to it. And this is the heaviest one I did. But people that play cards, that's what OC was telling me, people that play cards like to sit this on the cards at the table. So I will stamp a 3/9 fine on the bottom of that with this one too. And I'll show you what the finished product looks like. So you can see that's the normal one, straight out of the furnace. And then this is the antique version. Everything just pops a lot more. This even has stamps. This is a number 1. Got the CC and the 3/9s there. But you see how it just makes everything pop a little bit more? You see a little bit more detail. Now, I could run this through the tumbler as well and make it extra shiny. So there's really a couple different ways you can go about it. But I think this antique look is pretty cool. Especially for the stamps. It darkens up the stamps a lot. It makes that pop a little bit more. So we got that. And we were talking about that hammered cross. So you can see the crosses that I did in copper. This is what it looks like in silver after I beat it for about a couple hours. So that's the copper one. This was the one I did in silver, and then I beat it with a hammer and give it that hammered look. And it makes it way bigger. But this one's already sold. But if anybody wants one, this is the prototype. I can do a number 1, 1.3 ounces. And it varies. It could be even as heavy as 1.4. But that's what it looks like when they hammer them out. And I thought about maybe hammering out a couple of the copper ones just to see what would happen. Now, it's harder to hammer copper than it is silver. Silver is way more malleable. But yeah, that's going to OC at some point. After this next auction, I'm sure. And then we got this bad boy right here. So this is number 1, this is a number 2. And then this is a number 2. But those are already sold. Along with that mushroom. OC, you back yet? Here we're getting kind of low on the battery. You guys want to go and see what T-Bird's doing? I mean, shoot, if you want, we could do another pour. I don't care. go inside and set something else up if you want. It's up to you guys. Damn, we just went down to 2 all of a sudden. Well, I guess there ain't no point in trying to do a raid if there's only 2 of us. Alright, so we did the doubloon today. This is the aftermath. That's what the sand looks like after you get all the burnt sand out. And then this I'll reuse. I'll probably get some more. I'll scrape a little bit more of this to make sure there's no black. You just want to get all the black out. But this is how I prepare the sand. I take I have like a little V-shaped tool. And I'll go all the way around the edges and then draw little vent lines out with an X-Acto knife. And that's all I do. And then I put it in the oven for about 20 minutes at 200 degrees. And then pull it out. And then run a torch down the top a little bit just to make sure any moisture is out of there. And then I pour. So all this sand I can reuse, and all the burnt sand you gotta kind of throw away. Some people save it. They say that you can revamp it somehow, but I've never tried to do that myself personally. But apparently it can be done. But anyway, the 30th. The 30th will be the next auction. It's on a Friday. Unless there's some kind of something, going on where, like the Wounded Warrior thing, if it goes to the next weekend or something, I don't want to step on that. I want people to be able to, help out over there. But like I was waiting to see some deer. There's a rabbit over there eating my corn. Look at this dude. That's as far as I can go. Oh, no. How's that look? I have my phone on 4K. Does that look good? Or is that blurry to you guys? Let me know. I'm curious. Dude, the other day, I came outside, and out back behind the shed, right around here, there was a rabbit, but the whole front of it was gone. It was just like from the middle back, guts hanging out and everything. I don't know if it was a fox that got a hold of it, but you'd think if it was a fox, it would have like ate the whole top of it. But it was just it was the back half. Yeah, it was the back half. And one of the back legs looked like it was bitten off. And I don't know if that was beforehand. It almost looked like it was a previous injury. And then maybe it couldn't get around very well. And then it got taken out. I have a couple of wild cats that walk around here at night too. So who knows? It might have been a wild cat. And maybe the cat got to it. And that's why I didn't eat the whole thing. But you would think a fox would have taken it with him. Because there is a red fox that runs around here through the woods every now and again. But yeah, man, there's always some kind of nature going on around here. The squirrel's like, what are you doing in my corn? Oh, they're buddies. So, yeah, I got a little buck that came in. He just has little spikes. He's growing his horns. And I thought because I had those 3 coming in, I had a doe, and then she had 2 youngins with her last year. And they've been on many live streams. They'll just come, I'll be working out here, and they'll just come up and start eating corn. Or come up and see that there's no corn, wait for me to put corn out, and then they'll just walk up to the corn after I go put it out. But I thought one was bigger than the other, and I thought the bigger one was going to be a buck. So when I saw that buck here, I was like, oh, let me put some corn out just to keep them coming around, get them on video. But I haven't seen them since. And then all 3 came in again, and they were both does. Well, all 3 are does, but the 2 youngins were does. So I don't know. I guess that buck was something else. There was a couple families that were running through here for a while. At one point, I had 11 deer out here. And there was a mama with 2 does, a mama with another 2 does, another mama with a doe. So you never know what you might see when you come over here. The squirrel's about to come back. It's funny, the squirrel, he'll go grab corn and go bury it somewhere. Now, how the hell do they remember when they bury 1,800 things? How do they know where those 1,800 things are? Do you think they know? Like, there's no way they can remember everywhere they bury something. But anyway, do I have any moderators in here? Nope. I must have had one, and they said, nope, I'm out. No moderators. All right, well, we're down to 2 people here, so I guess we'll end this, and we'll go over to T-Bird. If anybody doesn't know who T-Bird is, I would drop the link, but I can't do that. So if anybody wants to drop the link real quick, T-Bird stacking, he's probably trying to pour something. He does basically the same thing out in the shed, or, you know, I don't know if it's a shed or whatever, but he pours as well. He's got the same furnace. So if you guys want to go over and hang out with him for a little while, that'd be cool. Otherwise, stay tuned for Thursdays in between 2:30 and 3. Depends on, you know, when I'm off. But in between 2:30 and 3, we go live and we do live pours. Kind of take you through the process of what it is I'm doing. And if you like a piece that you see, let me know. I'll make sure I have that for the next auction. And if it's something cool, if it's something you've seen me do in the past and you want to get one, let me know, and I'll make sure that I have one for the next auction, which will be on the 30th on Friday, unless I have to push it back a week. But I definitely want to try to do something by the 30th. I know a lot of people get paid on the 1st too, so I kind of want to, it's probably the best time to do it. But yeah, always here for Thursday pour day. I know I got to work next Thursday, but hopefully we'll be getting off early enough so I can do this. If not, maybe I'll come on Wednesday. Put Thursday pour day on a Wednesday. I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is take that picture that I have and make a copy for every day of the week. Monday pour day, Tuesday pour day. You know what I mean? Wednesday pour day, Friday pour day. And if I can't do it on Thursday, just do it on another day and have the picture to coincide with that. But yeah, we're definitely going to have an auction soon. If you're into coins, if you're into silver, I don't really have any gold. I'm pretty much out of gold. I have a little bit of gold. I got some, the gold that I do have is, what's it called? It's like sparkly. What's that called? I have some in silver and some in gold, which you can, like the silver cell. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that before. It's like a sparkly kind of silver. They make it in a silver cell kind of thing, but you can also do it with gold. You can do it with copper too. But I do have some in silver and in gold, and I'm probably going to let that go. And I've got some coins. I've got some bills. I might even go to the coin shop and see what they got and pick up a few things just to add some extra stuff that I've never shown before or offered before. Something like that. So yeah, we're shooting for the 30th. Now, you never know with me. It might get pushed back, but I'm going to try to make sure something happens by the 30th. And then, yeah, let me know if there's any pours that I've done in the past that you'd like to get a copy of, and I'll try to make sure I have one. I try to do that as best I can. Now, there is some pours I've done in the past, like the copper owl. I know Gadita wants one of those copper owls, but man, it's so hard to pour. I don't know if I can even, because now I'm using Dove Clay. I did that with Petrobond. So it's going to be a learning process trying to figure it out. At some point, I will do it, but that's the only one that I haven't necessarily been able to get to. The flying turtles, I know people want them more often than I put them out, but they're hard to do. And for every flying turtle I get, I usually do 2 or 3 that don't work. So there is that. But, you know, if you go back, look at some shorts. I put shorts out for the past 3 auctions, I think. And so if there's anything that you see in any of those shorts that you like and you want to make another you want me to make another copy of, let me know, and I will definitely do that for you. But yeah. And like I was saying earlier, for anybody that might have popped in, I know there's only 3 of you here, but I'm gonna, for every $5 super chat, I'm gonna do a pour. And for every $5 super chat, your name's gonna get into a hat. I'm gonna start it on the 1st. And then at the end of the month, I'm gonna do a giveaway for it. So for every $5 super chat, you'll get your name on a piece of paper. I'm gonna throw it into a bucket, and we're gonna pull from the bucket in a live stream. So there can't be any kind of tampering. It'll be in a live stream. And I'll show you guys all the names. I'll put them in, and then we'll pull a name from it. And if it ends up being a bunch of people that get into it, and the higher that it goes, the more stuff I'll add to it. But we're definitely going to start out with some kind of pour. And what I was thinking about doing is maybe something like this, like the, try to do this one a little bit better, but that's the CC channel. Man, I'm so zoomed. It's the channel shield. I think it'd be cool to do a giveaway. I think it'd be cool to do something that has to do with the channel, right? Either a channel round, or maybe I'll do a channel bar, because I haven't done any CC channel bars. And you can get the prototype through that. Yeah. Or something I've never poured before, maybe. Yeah, I need to do something original. I want to do something that's never been done before, either pour-wise or round-wise, channel-wise, you know, something like that. It'll be something different. And like I said, the higher it gets, the more I'll add to it. But we're going to start with that for every $5 super chat. And we'll start that on the 1st. So we'll have the auction on the 30th. 31st is Saturday. So maybe I'll do some kind of live stream on Sunday showing you guys what it is I have. And then, I mean, hopefully I can figure it out by then. But you never know. I might get kind of busy with work and shit. We'll see what happens. But definitely try to do something by the 1st. And I'll show you what it is, let you guys know what's up. And then for every live stream, and I used to do live streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then sometimes kind of here and there. Now I do want to do some coin roll hunting. I got a bunch of pennies I want to do some coin roll hunting in. I'm going to probably get some quarters. So that'll obviously, anytime I'm live, if you do a $5 super chat, it'll get your name in a hat for, or the bucket, I guess. It's not really a hat. I have a bucket that I put names in. You know what's messed up too? I'm going to talk about this for a second, because I can't believe it happened. In my last auction, I told everybody, share this out, and what I'll do is I'll put everybody's name in a hat. I had 19 people. When I went back to check, probably like a week ago. Now, the person that won definitely shared it. But I went back to check, and 9 people out of 19 did not share it. Or at least, maybe they shared it and then erased it. I don't know, but it's not on their channel. There was a couple people I couldn't even find. So, you know, people that don't have channels necessarily, you know, it's not necessarily easy to find. But 9 people didn't share it. How are you going to get into a giveaway saying you're going to share something and then not share it? I got to say, that kind of irks me a little bit. But so I'll probably not do that ever again. Unless it's something I can watch, you know, as I'm doing it. But that's horrible. That's what I'm saying. Will, 9 people out of 19. I could not find and there were some of these people that I was very surprised that I couldn't find it. I'll be honest. I was very surprised by a few of them. I'm not going to hold no grudges. You know, it is what it is. Maybe they forgot. Maybe they were going to do it and didn't. I don't know. But I would never get into a giveaway saying I'm going to share something out and then not share it. You know what I mean? Oh, and Will, I know that you sent me that email, and I never got back to you about that. And I know what you were talking about. And I hope that's not why you left the auction, because I know you were there and then you were gone because that person was there. But I'd never had any issues, and they were paying me through Zelle, and I didn't have any issues that night. So, like, I don't know. I hate like trying to cut anybody off for something that they did somewhere else. So I don't want you to have any hard feelings about that. I do appreciate you letting me know what happened there. But like I said, like I never had any issues, and I didn't have any issues that time. And I don't know, man. I've never had to cut anybody off. Never. Everybody has always shown up for me. There's been a few people that said after the stream, hey, can I pay you later? And I'm fine with that if you let me know beforehand. But there has been a few times where they say that afterwards. And, I try to be there for people. You know what I mean? Like I try to be a team player, if you will. But I also got bills to pay, so it's rough sometimes. But anyway, just want you to know what's up with that. I mean, come on, man. Honest, integrity is everything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I never had any issues. So I didn't know what to do. I was like, I felt really, what's the word? I don't even know the right word. I was even talking to the old lady, like, man, somebody told me this about this person. I don't know what to do, but I can only base anything off of what my experience is. You know what I mean? You just had to run. Okay, I just want to make sure, man. I don't want to piss anybody off. Like, that's the last thing I ever want to do. I appreciate that. I was going to send you email at some point. I've just been so busy with life has been crazy recently in one way or another. I have probably 300 emails that I still need to get into because I get so much spam. It's ridiculous. You fill out some of that stuff looking for like work, and then everybody's trying to send you emails through it. I got to go through and like try to, whatever that's called, when you can say it's spam and they don't send it to you anymore. It seems like every time I do that, though, they keep coming. So I don't know what to do. The honesty and integrity comment was about the sharing. Yeah, it's all good. I appreciate you. Like I said, I just, I don't want to rub anybody the wrong way for, whoa. I don't want to rub anybody the wrong way for any reason. And that's what I live on, honesty and integrity. That's it. That's all that matters to me. You guys know, if you've been here since 2020, I've called myself out when I've been wrong. I will make a video and call myself out if I'm ever wrong about anything. It's only happened once, but I'll do it. That's what you get here. I'm authentic in every way. And that's why I always tend to say more than I probably should. I always say things, and then after the stream, I'm like, man, why did you say that? But you know what? I don't care. I think it's more important for you guys to know that when you come here, I'm going to be honest about everything. Whether it is, talking about coins and what things are, I'll do my best. And if I'm wrong, I'll say, hey, I was wrong about that, just to let you know. And if it's about people. But, we got a pretty good community, and I've never had any issues with anybody. So that's good. I'm going to knock on wood, because every time you say that, something happens. And luckily too, man, I've all of my shipments have made it out. I probably shouldn't have said that either. But everything always gets where it's supposed to be. And, I do my best to be authentic. And I think you guys know that. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Will. Thank you. Like, seriously, I don't want you to think anything in any kind of negative light. That's for sure. You know, and people do go through hard times and people do make mistakes, but don't make that mistake with me because you're not coming back. I tell you that right now. But I've never had to kick anybody out, luckily. Knock on wood, like I said. But I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with me. All the Thursday pour days. Every time last year when I was doing Tuesday and Thursday, everybody was showing up. The whole point when I started doing this was to grow. And I've felt a little stagnant recently because the live streams, some of the people that used to come don't come anymore. The new people will come through and then be gone. And it's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard to keep it going. But you know, I try not to get discouraged. But everybody that does YouTube, if you put out content, you know what it's like. You're going to get discouraged here and there. But I keep trucking. I keep doing it. And that's all I can do is keep pushing forward. And then pray that one day it will turn into what I hoped it would. But it's hard. I still, from the first auction I did, I have still, to this day, I think it's been 12 auctions now. I have not got as many people as I did in that first auction. So when you think about growth, it really hasn't grown at all. So it's tough, and that's me being too honest again, putting all my shit out there like I probably shouldn't be doing, but you know, that's what you get here. Honesty. Even if it makes me look bad, it is what it is. Emerald Coast Stacker, what's up? Respect to you as well, brother. I think you all know I appreciate the hell out of everybody even just hanging out with me for 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Especially when I'm pouring and I gotta leave for 5 minutes and go grab something. And I forgot this, forgot that, and you know, it happens. But if you don't have honesty and integrity, there's no point in doing anything. And so that's just how I live my life. Life in the real world and life on YouTube. You know what I was thinking though earlier? You know what I want to do? I poured a crab one time. I only did a prototype. I never did a number one. I tried to do a number one, or I tried to do a prototype in copper, and it just did not work at all. But I wasn't using Duff Clay. I was using Petrobond. But I'm going to do another crab. And International Stacker's back. And I was thinking about trying to contact him and say, hey, man, you want one of my crab pours? And just telling them, hey, I'll pour it for you. If you want to pay anything over spot, cool. And maybe leave it up to him. Because I followed him for many years. He was one of the first channels I started watching. And, you know, I can't really do a whole lot of stuff where I'm like just giving a bunch of stuff away, even though you guys know I do. But I would love to try to get him one of those crabs at some point. So if you ever go over there, say, hey, Capital Currency does an awesome crab pour. But I think it would be cool to like go to some of those big channels and do a pour for them personally. And try to get some people over from some of the big channels. It's hard, man. It's hard out here to get new people. We're in a very niche, you know, you got the whole stacking community, and then when you get into the pour community, that's a whole different animal. Like, it's such a small niche of people. It's very hard to grow. But, you know, you just got to keep pushing at it every day. This thing will not stay lit. What the hell? Oh, we got a blue jay. I think it's a blue jay. Life isn't easy. We were all certainly not perfect. Well, that's for sure. That is for sure. That's one thing I'll never claim is to be perfect. I'll tell you guys all the time how unperfect I am. Or imperfect. And that's probably a bad thing, but until it's a legend. And that's how you become a legend. By being authentic. And I'm not saying by any means that I'm ever going to be a legend. Don't take that the wrong way. But man, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if the whole community was like, man, I need a capital currency pour. So by the way, let's stop looking at this stuff. We've got, that's some of the pieces I have for the next auction. This was my second pour I ever did in silver. And we got some of those channel rounds, the 1/2 ounce tone version. This camera's not going to do it justice. There's definitely some cool greens and blues and purples. The cool thing about this is I had stickers made. So every pour comes with a COA. This is number 5. But this comes with a fabric sticker. All 10 of them. So this is 5 of 10 and it matches the serial number. If you're into that sort of thing. This is kind of a heavy one here. 1776, United States of America. That's 2.33 ounces. That is a prototype though. This is what we poured today. A silver doubloon. This is a number 2. We got the MP5. We got the AR-15 prototype. The MP5 is a number 1. This is a prototype. First attempt, and man, did it turn out great. And then I believe these are number 2s or 3s. So we got the double barrel shotgun that I believe Tooley was into. And then I have the, what was I calling this? The lever action rifle. And both of these are about 1/3 of an ounce. We got the Chevy symbol. I'm going to tone the inside of it. So that'll be kind of a 2-tone look. We got my grandfather's, he made a dream catcher for my mother before he passed away. And I took this out of it so that I can make copies of it. And then I'm going to put it back in there when I'm done. But, so this is something pretty close to home. And then the praying hands. If you guys have ever seen the praying hands, if I do another one, it'll be a number 10. And that was from my late grandmother. And then we got another turtle. If anybody wants to know weights on these, just let me know. And then this right here is the, I still got to clean it up, but the CC channel shield. Then the mushroom. This is already actually sold. I sold this to Rhonda because she wanted it. But I can always make another one. That's a number 1. But I can do a number 2. And we got some crosses. We got the prototype that was a little bit heavy. You can see in the center there was a little bit extra there. But the rest of them turned out pretty good. In copper. I still got to stamp everything. Everything needs to be stamped. Now, the pew-pews, I can't really stamp them because there's nowhere to really stamp them. The turtle will be stamped. This doesn't necessarily need to be stamped because it does say 999 silver on the back. I might stamp on the side once I clean it up, the number. But other than that, like the doubloon, I can't really stamp that anywhere either. I might be able to get a 3/9 fine on the side here, but... And I did get new stamps. Tooley had some stamps that she had picked up from Amazon. And she told me make was. And so I got some of those. I haven't even opened them and looked at them yet, to be honest. But they're real small. I think it's 2 millimeter or 1 millimeter. And I've been using 3s and 6s. So I can do some pretty good side stamps with that sort of thing. You have a poker chip? Nice. Yeah, the poker chips, I think I did 11. So if I do another poker chip, that'll be number 12. I'm pretty sure. I did a prototype, and then I did 1 through 11. So if anybody wants a poker chip, and basically it just has the CC on it. It has the backward C and the regular C. Nice and big on the poker chip. And on the back it says 999 silver, just like this one does. So if anybody wants one of those, let me know. It's like 1.3 ounces, I think, something like that. 1.2 to 1.3, it depends. They're always a little bit different, but I could do a number 12. Have your poker chip. A shot blob. Oh, yeah, you got the shot blob? That's the only shot blob I ever did. And to be honest, I had some really cool shot blobs on the last one when I made shot. And I thought about putting one or two up, but I was so short for silver, I ended up melting it. But yeah, you got the only one I've ever done. So that's cool. Like I said, I might do another one at some point. But yeah, you have the only one. I lose track of them. You got a lot of pours. Yeah, man. I used to have a decent amount of pours. I sold a lot of the pours that I had. Because I just, I needed the money. I couldn't hold on to them. Which sucks, but I got a Silver Dragons. I had an awesome Silver Dragons pour. And Tuli picked that up for me. That was a cool one. But I did make a couple dollars off of it, so that was good. But I bought that when silver was way less than what it is now. But yeah, I have, if anybody knows who Silver Vikings is, I have a Silver Vikings pour of the 2020 COVID mask. I have that. It's a number 3. I put that up in the last one, but that got passed on. I still have that, and then I think I might have one other pour of somebody else's. But yeah, all the other ones I had to get rid of. It sucks. But man, I'll be doing good. This next year, man, 2025 is going to be the best year of my life. I feel it in my bones, and I'm going to do my best to make it happen. And we're going to get back to a place where I can start collecting again and, pick up some more pours from the community. Especially with all the new pour artists out there. There's a lot of new pour artists that I don't have pours of, which I really would love to. And, I do, here's me being honest again. I always feel like, I know people buy pours from me, and they pour too, and I don't buy pours from them. And I don't want anybody to think it's because I don't like what they do, because I wish I could buy pours from everybody. I just don't have the money. So, that's kind of my predicament. And I feel like that probably is a reason why I haven't grown as much, because I haven't been getting out there and getting into everybody else's auctions. But I just, I don't have the means right now. But we're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to build. I'd rather have, to be honest, I wish my stack was all weight, right? Either bars, like 10-ounce bars, kilo bars, 100 ounces a shot, 300 ounces in silver rounds, things that I can melt down. From now on, I'm not going to be on the collector side of things. It's all going to be things I can melt. It's all going to be weight. That way I can sell it as weight. I can buy it cheap. I can sell it cheap. And not have to worry about the extra you paid for something because it was a collector's piece. I got plenty of those. Now, granted, I have sold most of that stuff. I really don't have a whole lot of it left. But I still got a few pieces. So I have been lucky where I've been able to get rid of that stuff, at least breaking even on it. Maybe not making money on it, but at least breaking even. And I think from now on, it's just going to be weight and pours. I'm going to try to buy pours from the community. I'm going to buy weight to pour. And that's it. That's going to be my whole stack. I'm revamping everything that I once was. I used to be a stack collector. You wouldn't believe. I was into Morgans. I was into Peace Dollars. I was into bills. I was into everything. If you go back and watch my first 12 videos, it's my first 12 orders in stacking. When I first started stacking, I made a video of every purchase order and showed you what I got, what I paid for it. That's my first 12 videos that I ever did. Now, they're very cringe. If you go back and watch them, they're cringy. But that was me just showing what I picked up and what I paid for it. And, of course, that was 2019 to 2020. But lots of cool pieces, man. But you could tell, I was into everything. I bought 1-ounce rounds, 1-ounce bars, 5-ounce bars, gold, 1 gram, 2.5 gram, 5 gram, full ounces, quarters, half ounce. You know, I was just into everything, man. I wanted it all. Like even when I started stacking gold, I went, I wanted to have a full ounce of gold in 10th ounces. So I bought 10th ounce gold pieces. So I would have an ounce of gold in 10th ounce pieces. Then I bought 4 quarter ounces, 2 half ounces. I bought a couple of 1 ounces. And now it's so damn expensive, I can't even think about buying an ounce now. But all that stuff, I sold all of my gold. I have a little bit left, but I sold pretty much all of it. Now, the good thing is I did make a profit because gold has been so high. But I tell you what, man, when I first started selling gold, it was before it went up. It was like around 2000. And I sold quite a few ounces. Like I bought that gold Liberty. That gold Liberty, I spent $2,700 on that piece. I sold that and a 1 ounce, what was it? A 1 ounce Canadian maple leaf. 1 ounce maple leaf, 1 ounce gold Liberty, 1 ounce gold maple leaf, and then a couple $100. And this is where I really messed up. I had $200 binaries that I sold, and I only got 4,800 bucks for it, man. I think there was a couple other things in there too, man. I lost my ass on that deal, but that's part of stacking, man. If you haven't lost at some point, I suggest you get out there and lose a little bit because it's going to happen sooner or later. It's going to happen at some point. Weston, what's going on? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping in. Just kind of got done pouring, just kind of shooting the shit here for a minute. But yeah, man, I would love to get back. I think I had, at one point, I had 6 ounces of gold, maybe 6.5 ounces of gold. And that's pretty much gone now. But that's why we stack, right? We stack because when hard times come up, you can get by. And if I hadn't been stacking that whole time, I wouldn't have got by till now. I'd probably be living in a ditch somewhere by now if I wasn't a stacker. So there's that. I probably had about 700 ounces in silver. And quite a few 100 ounces of that was in shot. And, you know, I've probably been through about 300 ounces in shot. And then a couple 100 ounces in rounds that I've melted down to make pours with, which is what you see here. But yeah, if you don't stack, when times get tough, you don't have something to fall back on, right? I also had an IRA. I had 2 IRAs, 401k, and I got laid off back in 2020 during COVID and lost both of my best friends. And in between losing both of my best friends, which I was best man at both of their weddings, only 2 times in my life I've been best man. I lost both of my friends within a year. And in between that, my grandmother, grandfather, and stepdad, I was in a really dark place, man. I was drinking a ton every day. I was popping pills for pain. Like I was in a really dark place, man, going through a lot of grief. And, you know, decided in 2020, that's when I took a break from YouTube, that I was going to better myself and try to get back to the old me. And that's where we've been, man, just trying to climb back out of the hole I was in. And it's been a struggle. It hasn't been easy. But here we are, doing the damn thing. And staying positive and showing up every Thursday to hang out. But I do appreciate you guys. We got 23 likes. We didn't quite get to 40 likes, so we're not going to do a giveaway. But stop by the auction. I'm going to have an auction on the 30th. It's a Friday. I'll be giving away silver quarters all night. I always start with one. I always end with one. And I do stuff in between, usually at the top of every hour. And I always say I'm only going to go for 2 hours. And it always ends up being like 5 or 6. I think the last one I did was almost 8. It's kind of crazy. 7 point something hours. I was like, damn. Every time I say I'm not going to go like that, I always do. But yeah, my phone's going to die here. So if you guys feel like it, I don't know if T-Bird's still alive, but T-Bird was, I saw something pop up for him earlier. So if you guys want to go over and check out T-Bird, I'm sure he's probably still alive. And other than that, stop by next Thursday. In between 2:30 and 3, I'll be live pouring something. And this is what we poured today, just in case you didn't see. Silver Pirate Doubloon. All cleaned up nice. I think I might even just let it go like it is. Or do you think I should throw it through the tumbler and make it nice and shiny? I could do that too. Or antique it to where all the low points will be dark and all the high points will be silver, which I think is what I'm going to do because it really pops that way. But that's what we did today. So yeah, Friday the 30th, we'll have an auction. Thursdays, I'm always live at some point. Sometimes it gets pushed back a little bit, but we'll be live on Thursday. And if I can't do a Thursday, I'll do a Wednesday or a Friday. And you never know, I might pop one and do a live stream doing some coin roll hunting or some bill searching. I'm definitely into that still. And trying to get back to some of those old subscribers that I haven't seen in a while, trying to get them back, doing some of the old things I used to do. Because, man, I'll tell you, since I've been back this past year, it's been all about pouring. So I'm trying to get back into some of that other stuff. Okay. Love you. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at with everything. So Thursdays, maybe sometime this weekend. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Might pop one and do some coin roll hunting or something. Hanging out. I'm always game to go live if anybody wants to do anything. And if anybody has any input, if there's anything that you would like to do live, let me know, man. We'll do it. I lost you guys. You still here? I had to come inside. My phone died. I was just about to end it too. My phone died, guys. So we're in here in the studio. Is anybody here? I lose everybody. I think there was only a couple people here still anyway. There's one person here. We were outside and my phone died, so I had to run inside real quick and plug my phone up. Sorry. Back in the studio. What's up, buddy boy? How'd you sneak in here? Look at this dude. Yeah? You a good boy? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He's a good boy. That's a good dude right there. Can you speak? You can speak? Can you speak? Speak? Speak. Ovi. Speak. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Anyway. All right, go lay down. Lay down. Lay down. All right. So, I was outside live streaming and my phone died, so I had to come inside real quick. So we're just looking at my drums right now. But I found a couple things today. Let me show you. Well, not a couple things. I found this. $227,559.66. Now, it'd be nice if that 5 was moved over and it was 227,755.66. That would be called a quad double. And you can make a few extra bucks. Nothing else was good. But anyway, something I came across today. Trying to let this phone charge up a little bit. Man, I got this thing too high. I feel like it's bending the damn charger. So yeah, what we're looking at here is a Tama Superstar. Got the double bass pedal down there. Got a Joey Jordison of Slipknot snare drum. And then 7-piece, 1, 2, 3 up top and 2 down low. And yes, I do have those reversed. Got the 14 here and the 16 there. But I like the way it plays. We got some A Customs, which is the hi-hats. That's A Customs. That's an A Custom up there, 19-inch. And then I think that's it, actually. I sold the other 8 customs because they just did not sound great. And then we got the ZBTs down here with the ZBT ride. And then both of those are Zildjian ZBTs too. But they're the same cymbal, crash cymbals, 16-inch, but they sound different. And then a couple, that's a 10-inch, a 12-inch, and another 10-inch over there. But this is the studio. This is my drum area. You can see I put bedding on the wall. They used to sell that. I mean, I bought that probably 15 years ago. That's what people used to put on their beds to make it softer. And I wrapped my whole room in it. Just so all the sound when you play drums, it doesn't bounce off the walls back and forth for recording. You can see like I got microphones kind of set up everywhere. Trying to record it. But yeah, just hanging out in the studio. Hopefully we're back. I haven't seen any comments. So hopefully you guys are still here. Somebody give me a 5x5 if you are here. My phone died earlier and I had to run inside and hook it back up. I was about to end it anyway, but that happened. So yeah, we're in the studio right now. You can see this is where the magic happens. We do some recording in here every now and again. We got all the coins. The next auction, some of this stuff might be up for grabs. But that's where I do some recording. Got an amp over there. Got a full DJ system over here. Got some old cool instruments. Got a 1960s Yamaha and a 1960s Martin. Those are my grandfather's. Pretty cool. And then we got JBLs for the monitors, but then we also have the big 10-inch JBLs too if we want to get busy in here. You never know what the day might bring. But yeah, I don't even know if anybody's still in here, or if I'm talking to myself, or what the hell is going on. It says there's 3 people here. I don't know. Double tap the screen for me if you are here. I said if we got to 40 likes, we would do a giveaway, but it's been kind of slow today. It's been slow. It's hard to keep people in a live stream anymore. I was pouring live earlier, and then we started kind of just shooting the shit for a little while. But yeah, man, I love this drum set. And then when it comes to guitars, got a Taylor. I just sold my 7-string Monday, actually. Got a Taylor acoustic. Got a Gibson Les Paul Studio, which I love. And then this Ibanez RG. I almost sold that too, but I didn't, which I'm kind of glad I didn't. And then we got some Pioneer stuff going on here. And then the Technique turntables. Top of the line. Technique is the only way to go, in my opinion. But let me plug this phone back in. So yeah, I was talking about the GoPro earlier. I got this GoPro Creator Edition. GoPro 12 Black. We're about to get busy with this thing. We're going to do some fishing. We're going to do some outdoors. We're going to just get busy with this thing really soon. And have some fun one way or another. Somebody liked it. I know you guys are here. Somebody give me a 5x5 so I know I'm not talking to myself. There's 2 of you. Let me know what's up. Don't be scared. It's all good. Just say hello. Damn, I've been live for almost 190 minutes. I'm going to step out for a minute. I'll be right back. And we'll see what happens. Lee Haley, what's up? Just got off the water fishing. What'd you catch? In the rain, yeah. It was. We went through a pretty good thunderstorm here earlier while it was pouring. What'd you catch? Some rockfish? Lee is another Marylander. JK, what's up? Yes, I poured a silver doubloon. One of the ones you probably know back in the day when Pirate Stacker was giving out those plastic doubloons. I poured a copy. I poured one, the original prototype I poured for him, and I sent it to him like probably 3.5 years ago. And I did another number one, maybe in like the 6th auction, and now we're up to 12. So I just did another one, but that's going to be a number 2. But it's a Pirate Doubloon. I have it outside. I was outside, my phone died, and I didn't want to end the stream like that, so I came inside real quick to plug my phone up so I could talk to you guys for a minute before I ended it. Like the one you have. Do you have it? Man, I wish I could keep track of everybody. I got so many pours out there now. I don't know who has what. But yeah, probably like the one you have. When it comes to doubloons, I've only done one. So, by the way, is yours toned or antiqued, or is it just silver? White perch? Oh, nicely. White perch are good eating. I mean, any kind of perch is good eating, really. But yeah, man, that's what I was just showing that GoPro. I got the GoPro 12. I got this last year for Father's Day, and I still haven't been out to use it yet. And you know what the reason was too is when I got it, I have an iPhone, but I had an iPhone 7. It was so old, my iOS was like a point away. It was like, I don't even know what it was, 18, I don't even know. But I was 1 point away, so I couldn't hook my phone up to it, and it makes you hook a phone up to it. That way, if you're, recording something, you can see what you're recording through your phone, and it makes you do it. But I had to use my daughter's phone because my phone wouldn't work because I had such an old iPhone. Well, now I got the new iPhone 16, so I need to figure out how to get her phone off and put my phone on, and then we're going to start using this thing. I mean, I'm going to start using it regardless, but... And I've got all the attachments. I can put it on my head. I can put it on my chest. I can put it on my arm if I want. I have all that stuff. But I've yet to use the damn thing. So we're going to get out there at some point. Yeah, it's silver. JK, the only ones I've ever done is silver. I thought about maybe doing one in copper at some point. Maybe doing like 10 of them. That'd be kind of cool. It's actually not too hard to do because they rarely get stuck in the sand. It usually pops out pretty easy. So, about 20 minutes of dealing with the sand, I'm good. But, it's going to take me a full day to get 10 of them done. So I might try it. And then there's the whole cleanup process, which, so it's about 2 hours for each one. But yeah, if you guys would be into having some copper ones, I might do that. The neck of what guitar? I think silver, the neck of your guitar. Put the camera, oh. I think I do have an attachment that would work for that, actually. I don't know if it'd be perfect, but, I have guitars. I have drums, as you can see here. I am no expert. I just jam. I don't even know how to play songs. Now, I could probably sit down and learn a song, but I try to be original because I like to record. And so I really don't know how to play anything. I just get on there and beat it. I get on there and play a bunch of power chords 18 different ways on a guitar. I can make it sound good, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I was thinking at some point maybe going live and trying to record a song with you guys and try to get your input as I go and record something that way. I think that'd be fun. 3D, what's up? I did a video. I did a short, probably close to 4 years ago, where I hit record. I sat down at the drums. I hit record and just started playing, and it was good enough, so I posted it. But I haven't really done anything since. There was a live stream I did maybe 7-8 months ago, and towards the end of the live stream, I started playing drums and guitar, but not like it was holding a bunch of people here or anything, but it was fun to do. But yeah, I need some practice. That's for sure. I haven't been playing much of anything for the past 2 months, probably. Just got off work. I appreciate you stopping in. We already poured a silver doubloon. That's a number 2. But everything's outside. I had to come inside because my phone died. Totally forgot to plug it in earlier while I was live. But I had to run in here and restart the stream. You had a roommate that was a drummer? So what's that like? I feel like having a roommate as a drummer would suck unless I'm like playing guitar and hanging out with him and playing all the time. I play drums in my basement. Like right now, we're in my house in my basement. You want to see my window to my basement? Behind those guitars, that's the window to my basement. I've got 3 types of insulation in the window. I've got 3/4-inch plywood over the window, and then more insulation on the inside of the room. And then the whole room is wrapped in foam, too. That's my window. I want to tell my neighbor, too, I would much rather be able to just have that open. But out of respect for my neighbors, I sealed this whole thing up. So why can't you give me the same respect I give you? You know what I mean? People got their damn dogs barking all day, every day. I can't walk out of my house without their dogs barking. 3 of them. The whole time I'm outside. So frustrating. But, people are going to be people. Dogs are going to be dogs. I let my dog run over and bark at him every now and again. It's kind of funny. But my dog will actually bark for like 3 minutes and then walk away because he's bored with barking. They will just sit and bark because they have nothing better to do, I guess. But anyway, I digress. 3D, what are you doing? Are you doing are you cutting down trees? Or is that over with? Are you doing construction now, right? By the way, give me a call sometime, man. I'd like to catch up with you. It's been a while. And shout out to 3D Woodworks for sending me that furnace. And I used the electric furnace today too because it was raining. And I tell you what, about halfway through, we had a terrible storm out there. You're done with the cutting. Yeah, that's what I figured, but oh, traffic control. That's cool. I would love to do that. I always, when I drive by those people, I'm like, man, it would be so fun to just sit there and turn a sign all day. You probably get bored though. But then I knew a guy that started a business and he would take the cones. And so he would set all the cones up and then sit there while they work and then pull all the cones down and then have like a truck that has like the sign on the back and all that stuff. I was like, man, that'd be a good business to get into. I bet they make a killing. But yeah, I sold my LTD. I had an LTD 7-string. Monday, I had to go to Guitar Center. I sold 3 pedals too, 2 distortion pedals and some other pedal. I don't even know what the hell it was. Kind of like a distortion, but it had a different name to it. I never use them, so I sold them. The 7-string, I never play it. And I got about $200 for 3 pedals and a 7-string. It's a really cheap 7-string. I think I only paid $200 for it, and they gave me like $100, so whatever. But I needed the money. Not only do I stack silver and gold, I also stack instruments, and I also stack hockey memorabilia, hockey cards. I have pucks. I have Alex Ovechkin. He's the #1 goal scorer of all time. He just passed a couple months ago. He just passed Wayne Gretzky for all-time goals. I have his 233rd goal that he scored with against Florida. He scored 2 goals that game, and I got the second goal number 4. They won 4-0. The Capitals did. Number 233 of 900 almost. And there's only 2 more out there for sale. One was going for 5,500. And I was going to go up there and tell them, look, you give me 4,500 and I'd be willing to go down to like 3,500. But I don't think I'd go any lower than that because he only has 1 more year on his contract. And if he retires, he's immediately going to be in the Hall of Fame because he's broke all the records. So once he gets into the Hall of Fame, that puck is probably going to skyrocket. So I kind of don't want to sell it. But now that I'm hoping that this work I'm doing with the HVAC is going to be a little bit more steady and don't have to rely on pouring solely to make ends meet and selling my stack. So we'll see what happens. $20 pay cut per hour. That sucks. Sorry to hear that, bud. Cut out 4.5 hours of unpaid driving too. Well, that part's good. It sucks when you got to drive 4.5 hours and don't get paid for it. Man, forget that. That's almost worth it right there. I don't know though. $20 an hour. That's that's a lot. When I'm helping my cousin, he's paying me about $20 to $25 an hour right now doing HVAC. And to be honest, I'm not really doing anything but helping him carry stuff around. You know, putting the stuff in, kind of watching what he's doing, trying to learn. Because, I'm a newbie. But I could get back into sales and try to sell construction supplies is what I've done, most of my life. Fixing tools, working in a warehouse, doing that sort of thing. But it's like, where is that going to go in the next 10 years? Is it all going to be automated? AI is getting ridiculous. So I really want to learn a trade. So I'm kind of getting in there. Yeah, it's a pay cut from what I used to do, but I haven't really been doing anything but pouring the past, 2 years anyway. So, and we all know it's tough to make money pouring. But yeah, he's starting a business and I'm right there at the start of it. So hopefully he's going to turn this into something and I can help him get there. So, we'll see what happens. I might be a master HVAC dude. But I wanted to learn a trade, I wanted to learn how to do something like that. And I tell you what, that's one thing that you wish you knew. When your heat goes out and it's the middle of winter, or your air conditioner goes out in the middle of the summer, you wish you knew that stuff. And I didn't know anything about it. And what's cool about HVAC is you learn a little bit of electrical, you learn a little bit of plumbing, and you learn a little bit of HVAC, so I kind of like it because now it is a lot to learn, but at the same time, it's kind of cool to learn a little bit of everything. I mean, the past 12 years, I was selling nails and screws. There's a lot to know there too, but those people didn't give a shit about me. They let me go during COVID. I got laid off after 21 years. And so, try not to hold any hard feelings or anything, but it sucks. Yes, I was fishing in the rain. The bite was on. Sweet. Hey, it don't matter if it's raining if the bite's on. I haven't caught a fish in like a year, man. I need to get out there. I caught a couple spot last year, but I never caught, when I was doing bay fishing, I caught spot and croaker, and that was it. I never caught a bluefish, never caught a rockfish, never caught a flounder. I didn't catch nothing. But I tell you what, man, these parks that I have that aren't too far from me, we're gonna take the camera, and if I can go live out there, I might even do that and walk around. There's some really cool places, man. You can see the Bay Bridge, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. You can see it. It's kind of far off, but I could zoom in and you can see the bridge, and then you're right on the bay. And there's trails that kind of go through the woods. There's like 5 different beaches. It's a pretty cool little park, but you got to walk a half a mile to get to it. They used to have the gate open last year, but this year it's been closed. Well, not this year. Last year it was closed. The year before it was open, so I don't know what the hell's going on there. Got to like make an appointment to get the freaking combination to the lock or something. I'm like, I don't know, maybe I should to get the combination and I'll know it, but I don't know how often they change it. All right, guys, let's get to 35 likes. First I said 60, then I said 50. Let's get to 35 likes. And we'll do a silver quarter giveaway. I'm not going to be on here too much longer. So share this out. Double tap the screen if you haven't already. We get to 35 likes, we'll give away a silver quarter. I always do that. I don't know why I even say the number in the first place. I might as well just wait to the end of the stream. Got a couple 1954 S's. I think I'm going to do something. We're going to do one just for tonight. I'm going to actually pull one out now. Whatever's on top here. 1950s. We got a 1952 Denver. 1952 Denver. I'm going to put this up in a flip. And if we can get to 35 likes before I end the stream, we'll give it away. By the way, what I'm going to do on the first, I'm going to come on, I'm going to show you guys a pour, and I'm going to tell everybody that gives me a $5 super chat, you're going to get your name in a bucket. I'm going to write your name on a piece of paper, throw it in a bucket, and at the end of the month, we will do a drawing for a free pour for everybody that gives a $5 super chat. And I'm going to start that on the first and go to the end of the month. All right, we are flipped up. It's so dark in here, man. I get some light going on. Guess the phone's charging a little bit. All right, so we're going to do the curation right in front of you. 1952D. Quarter, 90% silver. Come on, guys. We're still at 27. 35 likes. We can do it. Curated by yours truly. So I was talking about some pours that I have of other people. This is the COVID number 3 from Silver Vikings. That'll be in the next auction. And we're going to probably try to do that on the 30th. Silver Vikings, man, they haven't put a whole lot of stuff out. And it does come with their COA. 1.8 ounce. And I got a bunch, man. If anybody is looking for any kind of proof quarters, these are all 90% silver. I've got a lot of proof quarters. I got 2 full rolls. And a lot of different types. A lot of the state quarters and a lot of the park quarters. So let me know if there's anything you're looking for. And then we got cool stuff like this. Like an actual Viking. This is a hobo nickel. See, it says 5 cents right there. It's a round, but it's made to look like a hobo nickel. Isn't that cool? Love this piece. It says 1913. Now, this is a $55 1 ounce piece, so it's, you know, kind of on the higher side. I might start it a little bit lower than that, though. And then things like this. Things like this. Things that just have premiums on them. I thought about melting this down at one point. Koalas always seem to go for a little bit extra, though. And then kookaburras, too. I thought about melting these down, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, like, this one's like 38 is probably what I would start that at, which, you know, with a pour, I could probably make more anyway. I do have a couple of these left, which I thought I sold them all, but this is the first one, too. The Batavia, or the Bativa is what I used to call it. Batavia? I don't know how the hell you say that. It's an actual coin. Pretty cool piece. And then if you like colorized stuff, I have this bad boy right here. This is the 1 year anniversary, September 11th. One of my favorite pieces is September 11th. Here, I'll show you. It's one I got from my grandmother before, well, when she passed away. We found it, and I grabbed it because it was an awesome piece for me. This is what I got from my late grandmother. She had this in her apartment when she passed away, and I had to have it. I love this piece. This is the only piece that I'll never sell. And actually it has, that's the White House there, which no plane went into, so that's kind of weird. But the Pentagon's right here. You know, I took a video of the Pentagon. I drove by the Pentagon the other day, and I took a video of it, but I never did post it. I was going to post that. Totally forgot. But stuff like that. I got a bunch of these 1960s. 3D, if you're looking for anything you want to make coins with, man, let me know. I got a bunch of these proofs. I'll let them go at a good price. You guys know what I paid for them. It was way too much, but I'll go cheaper than that for sure. I got some of these BU 1963 Franklin half dollars. Beautiful. Still got almost a full roll. Not quite, but. And then, you know, I got some silver quarters. Tons of them. Not tons of them, but probably about 3 rolls. And I'll tell you, another thing I have that I'm on the fence about melting down, because I got quite a few of them, and I've already melted down a few. The Chibu Qian Wangs. There's only, I think there was only 75,000 of them minted. 45,000. There was only 45,000 of these minted. And I've tried to put them up because they go for at least $55 online. I think I put them up for 50. And they got past them. But I have like 5 or 6 of them that I can melt. And if I'm going to go lower than that, I really don't want to. You know, I'd rather melt them than sell them for cheap. Oh, that's a gift I got from Savage Stacker. I won this from one of his 1K giveaway, actually. That's a piece I'll never sell, too. Pretty cool. This Freedom Round is pretty cool. It's from SD Bullion. I thought about trying to make a copy of this, but like a 2 ounce with nothing on the back, just stamp the back, but just, you know, borrow this design here. I'm trying to get sued or anything, though, so I didn't. Still at 27 likes. Well, I don't know. I tried, guys. Finest penmanship in the community. I appreciate that. I don't know about that, but I do try. I tell you what, I've signed Capital Currency at least 1,000 times. With all the stuff I've given away. I used to sign all the back of my all the stickers too. I guarantee and then all the pours. I've sold at least 300 pours. So yeah, I probably signed my name 1,000 times. Any vintage bars? I don't have any vintage bars left. I've got some bars that are Silvertown kind of thing, but they're not really all that vintage. I do have this, which, by the way, this is a 1 ounce. Guess what I paid for this? So they came out with them. They all sold out. This was available after they sold out. Guess what I paid for it? And then they ended up making more. So it's not worth what I paid for it by any means. But anyway, that's a Besker bar. And then I don't know if you've ever seen this. It's a Besker bar in a 1 ounce or a 1 gram. And it's like $20, so it's kind of expensive for 1 gram, but still a pretty cool piece. But yeah, anyway, I paid way too much for that big Besker bar. Oh, you want vintage? Here we go. I got some vintage for you right here. Check this out. Huh? Huh? Oh, here, you want a vintage bar? I got you right here. Vintage bar. Look at that. That's vintage. $2 bill vintage. $5. $10. $100. I got some really cool copper pieces, man. I was thinking about doing some of these in silver. Some really old, cool looking stuff that I think would look great in silver. Like a 2 ounce. Because it's got to be down in the sand good enough to really like pour it. I probably could get away with a 1 ounce, but if I'm going to copy something like that, I want to do it in a 2 ounce. I've only done like 1 or 2 of those. But anyway. 20-minute commute. There you go. That's nice. Emerald, the next auction is going to be not this Friday coming, but next Friday. I was going to do it last Friday, and I just didn't have enough ready. I got a lot of stuff I got to stamp, but and tone and finish cleaning up. It's just a lot of work goes into pours, but I was going to do it this weekend, but I know they're doing the Wounded Warrior project, and I don't want to step on that, so I'm gonna do it the following Friday. So not this Friday coming, but next Friday. It's the 30th. That'll be the next auction. And I don't know when the next auction will be after that. It might be a long time. It might be never. I don't know. It's not going to be never. I'll still pour. But I'm starting a whole another job here. And so I don't know how much time I'm going to have to pour. So auctions might be like every quarter, maybe like every 3 months I'll have an auction or something like that, I feel like that'd be better anyway, because trying to do stuff once a month and having 20 to 25 pours, like people just aren't showing up in a way where like, oh, we got to have a capital currency pour. I think the kind of thing is like everybody's like, well, he'll have another auction in a month. We can always get another one. And you guys know I'll pour anything that you want me to pour. If you've seen something in the past, I'll make another one. So I think it'd be better for me in the long run if I kind of went further in between anyway and made it more rare. Maybe I'm putting too much stuff out. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it all out, but anyway, that's me being too honest again. Put them up on Feebay. I hear that. I thought about putting that puck. I got an Ovechkin puck, goal number 233. I thought about putting that up for like $5-6 grand to see what happens. I paid $150 for that thing when it first came out. When he first scored with it. It was like, I think it was a month later. Because I've been a Caps fan for, ever since Ovechkin came to play. Pretty much my whole life, really. I'm 45, so. I used to watch the games back when I was like 11, 12. But when he came to town, it was like, oh, shit. Then we even got season tickets. So I was always at the stadium. And you could buy things like that in the silent auction all the time. And I got so many pieces from the silent auctions. I met Ovechkin twice. He signed a puck for me on both sides, which is really cool. He was signing a puck for me, and it started to run out of ink. And then the woman that was kind of like running the show was like, oh, it ran out of ink. Let's get him another puck. And I was like, no, it's cool. I flipped the puck over and handed it to him, and he signed that side with a new pen. So on one side, it's signed upside down, actually. So he signed my puck originally upside down. I was like, what the hell? But he signed it with the weak pen, and then I flipped it, and he signed it with the good pen. So I don't know how many autographs, like autographed pucks are out there from Ovechkin, but there ain't many that has it signed on both sides. The problem is he signed it for me, so it's not authenticated. So I'm gonna have to send it out to get it authenticated to really make any kind of money on it. But yeah, he actually signed that for me, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, I don't really have an eBay account. I set it up so I can like get into it on my phone. But oh, and I was talking about that gold earlier. This is the gold that I have, the shiny stuff. I forgot what they call it. See how it's like how they do the silver cell, and you get that shiny kind of silver. It's the same thing in gold. I might put those up in the next auction, although I have no idea what to charge. I'm going to have to look into that. And that's some AU peace dollars. If anybody likes the peace dollars, we got 22S, 23, 24, 25, and they're all AU. That's another one I was thinking about melting. But I can't bring myself to melt stuff like this, man. It's so hard. Double tap the screen, guys. We're trying to get to 35 so I can do a giveaway. And I'm probably going to be ending this soon. I already went from 60 to 35, so come on, help me out. And then you got things like this. Like, here's something pretty cool. Check these out. I got 2 of them. Now watch when I flip them. I'm going to go the same way for both. That one's right. Look at this one. Way off. Talk about a die rotation. Look at that. That thing is crazy. But it's just a round. But it's hard for me to melt stuff down like that, man. That's like the Chiwu Qian Wangs. Like I was telling you about the other one. I mean, it's only 45,000. This one's only 5,000 because down here it has a privy. These things go for good money. And the cool thing is like if you look at it, it says AG down here in the circle. It says AG. And then it says 999. Pretty cool. But like when you look them up, $75 is what they go for. The Canis privy. Only 5,000 of them. I was putting these up for 65. Just trying to be cheaper than anybody else online. I got a couple proof sets from the 60s. I got some jewelry. If anybody's looking to get a little diamond. Ain't the biggest thing in the world, but if you got a special someone in your life, I'll give a good price on this. Got some gold earrings, some hoop gold earrings. $3.99 is what these were going for when I picked it up. Now, JCPenney was going out of business, and so I got this at a pretty good price. I thought about putting these up, starting it at like $75. That's a hell of a deal. That was before gold went up. Gold has went up probably $1,000 since I bought those. But anyway, I digress. And I've got a bunch. When I talk about a bunch, I got a lot of things I found recently. I got a bunch of errors. Roof and window cud, claw cut error, 6 claws, what they call that. K and N, what? K and nose, okay, that, I think it's supposed to be nose. K and nose cuds. K and A cuds, like the KA right here. I'd show all this stuff under the microscope, but nose cud, wing cud, error, wing cud, like all kinds of errors here. Roof cud, wing cud error, head and beak cuds ×3. There you go. Oh, that was just a really nice 1976 I found. This is stuff that I found coin roll hunting. I got a bunch of pennies as well. And I'm just not really trying to hold on to it. And I'll probably start these really cheap just to see what happens. So I don't know if anybody's into errors. That's the thing. I mean, a lot of people that come here are either looking for pours or they're looking for some kind of collectible something, or, you know, I've sold rounds too. I try to stay away from selling rounds because, you know, I can melt that stuff down. So, and I've actually I sold a tube of Aztecs. I haven't seen that dude since I sold him that tube. And I gave him a really good price. And he has not been back since. I'm like, man, I should have kept those things. I thought, you know, trying to help somebody out and give them a really good deal like that, it would keep them coming back. But no, that didn't work. Hadn't been back since. And I sold 20 ounces of things that could have melted. I've always regretted that. But I've done that a few times. I sold another 10 Aztecs at one point. I sold a bunch of buffaloes at one point. And I regret that stuff, man, because that's things that could have melted down. And we're still at 27. We only got 2 people here. Well, I guess we're not going to do it today, guys. And kicked you in when it hooked you up to Wi-Fi? Yeah, man, I tell you what. When I'm outside, half the time it doesn't even work like it should. If I start inside, I always have more people. If I start outside, I don't have as many people, but it doesn't kick out when I do go outside. It doesn't kick me off and I have to come back in. My phone even died at one point. I came back in and restarted. So I'm still in the same original live stream, 225 minutes now. And it's tough keeping people in here. I don't know where everybody is. Where's all the old people that used to pop in when I first came back and was doing all the pouring? Everybody came by, they learned what they had to learn, and then went and did their own thing. They don't even show up anymore. Not everybody. And all the people that were into the coins and all that stuff when I first started, I don't see any of those people anymore, man. It sucks too, because like I had some like great relationships with people, but I'm not the type of person that's like, hey, I'm back. I've been back for a year, by the way. I don't see you anymore. Would love to have you come by. You know, I'm just not that guy. But there's a lot of people that I miss from back in the day, man. What are you going to do? It is what it is. 7 stacks. What's up? Stalker alert. Still trying to get to 35 likes so I can give this freaking quarter away, but we just can't seem to get there. I said 60 likes at first, then I went to 50, then I went to 40, then I said 35. We'll get there if I stay live long enough, right? How you doing, 7? Hope all is well. I poured a silver doubloon earlier. I had to come inside because my phone died. I was about to end the stream and then my phone died, and I was like, crap, I can't end it like that. So I had to run in and hook it up. We stared at my drum set for about a half an hour talking. Shooting the shizzle. Stalker alert. Where you stalking from, 7 and OC? What you been doing? Were you at T-Birds? We were gonna go over there, but I just never made it that far. Is he still live? I was waiting for you to come back, OC, and then I was gonna say, hey, let's go over there, but other people came in, then my phone died. It was just, you know, it's been a struggle. Come on, I know we can get to 35 likes. Do I need to break out a guitar? Do I need to beat my drums? I'm very out of practice, so it's probably going to sound like crap if I do, but that's what it takes. Oh, you know what's something I got? I was gonna put these in a you can't see what I'm talking about. I was gonna put this in an auction one day. Let me know. What do you guys think about this? I think it's cool. I got 2 of them. Never been opened. The Declaration. It's a comic book, the Declaration of Independence. I've never even cracked them open because I don't want to. I'll show you the middle here. Pretty cool, though. I think I paid probably way too much for them, but it doesn't have a price on the back. But U.S. Comics. I picked up 2 of them because I was going to put one in an auction at some point and never did. I like stuff like that. I think I was gonna. The other one I saved because I was gonna do a video or a couple videos. Do a couple different episodes where I like go through it and kind of read it, but you guys know I'm not good at reading. I sit there and have to practice reading something for 20 minutes before I even attempt to try to make a video like that. But we're at 31. We're getting there. 4 more. Come on, let's go. I think I'm lagging. Uh-oh. I got a phone call. Just got back. Also made some lunch, eating and listening. Well, I appreciate that, OC. Never heard of that highlight or tomorrow or nothing. Never heard that hi-hat or the tomorrow or nothing. What are you saying, 3D? I'm lost. I never heard that hi-hat or the tomorrow or nothing. And then it says, I think I'm lagging. I don't know. Let me know what you're saying. I'm confused. We do get some pennies over here. We get some pennies over there. We'll do some coin roll hunting at some point here soon. I was telling everybody, for every $5 super chat at the first of the year, or the first of the month, for every $5 super chat, I'm going to put your name. Your name is going to go in here. By the way, the last thing I did, that was the people that actually did the post, where they posted. I hate to even have to say this. That's the people, everybody was supposed to share my live stream. That's the people that did. That's the people that said they did and didn't. Isn't that a shame? 19 people, 9 people didn't even post it, repost it. But anyway, so that won't happen again. But I will, for every $5 super chat, I'm going to do a pour. And then for every $5 super chat, you'll get your name in the bucket. And then at the end of the month, I'll pull a name, and that's who will win. And if a bunch of people do it, I'll keep adding to it, right? We'll see what happens. Never heard you play the drums tonight? No, I haven't played the drums in like 2 weeks. So yeah, I didn't play the drums tonight. I played the drums in a live stream like 7 months ago, probably. But I don't know how that would sound on the phone. I feel like it would be like way too loud. I'm sure it kind of cuts it down a little bit, but yeah, I went back and checked like all the people that reposted that for me. And out of 9, there was like 2 that I really couldn't find. They just didn't have a channel that much. But yeah, 9 people didn't repost it and got into my giveaway. I was like, wow, that's kind of rude. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm sure they just forgot. I don't know. $3D with a $5 super chat. I appreciate that, brother. That's awesome. It's not the first yet, though. I hope you weren't doing that because of what I said, because I don't even know what I'm putting up yet. But I tell you what, just because you did that, we'll start it now, and then we'll go to the end of next month. How about that? 3D Woodworks is in. It's my rules. I don't care if you don't like. 3D, you've done so much for me as it is, man. You're getting in there for that. So we are going to get you in there. I need to find some paper, but we're going to get you in there for that. You know I appreciate you. I'm going to cut the red off of this one. Like I got to try to figure out like what I want to do for a pour, because I want it to be either like a channel something or other, or something that I haven't poured yet. So something original that hasn't been out yet in my name. So I don't know what that's going to be, but I'm going to put you in it because you are my man. I mean, you know, you're not my man per se. I mean, don't take that the wrong way. You know, I know you won't, but you know, other people might misconstrue that. So there we go. We got a bunch of them here. If anybody wants to do something like that, I'm going to put you down 3D. And I'll do a live stream at the end of the month. And I'll show everybody all the names that go in. That way there's no discrepancies. And 3D will be the first one. I do appreciate it. I'm still trying to get to the point where I can collect again. You got to have over $100 to collect. It took me like, I think 4 or 5 months to collect the first $100. And I think now with that, I might be up around 45 bucks. So we'll get there. I thought about trying to do the whole channel membership thing, but I don't know if anybody would even do it. So I don't know. I know it kind of turns some people off. They think you went mainstream or something. So I don't know what to do. I know people love to support the channels that they, you know, watch, but. And then some of you are just really good friends that like to show support. And I really, truly do appreciate it. Okay, brother. I appreciate it. Double tap the screen. Let's get to 35 real quick before 3D Warworks goes so we can give this away. Let's give him a chance to win. He deserves it. You guys go make me beat my drums or what? What the hell? Let's go. You can do it. I wish I could throw down a DJ set without them banning me. I think I'm going to do a DJ set on TikTok, because TikTok, you can do whatever with music. They don't care. So I'm thinking about doing a live stream and throwing down either a drum and bass or a house set. I'm not sure what yet, but I think that needs to happen. All right, well, I think I'm going to beat these drums for a minute. I am so out of practice, I really don't want to, but I'm going to do it because it's going to be fun for me, even if I suck. And it's at the end of the stream. It's not like I said, hey, come in and watch me play drums. You know what I mean? But let me know if it gets like really, really loud. Actually, let me hit the bathroom real quick. And when I come back, I'll get on there. Let me know if it sounds like too loud. Man, I have no idea. I don't even have a beat in mind. What the hell am I going to do? This is either going to be really bad or really good. Probably really bad. I'm really not trying to be on camera either, so I'm not going to really show it like that. Maybe a little bit. Here, we'll do that. Oh, I'm out of practice. That's not what I meant to do. I mean, I messed it up. But anyway, I'm really out of practice. Don't hold it against me. I tried. Did that get like really loud? Like what happened? Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw you did something with the 777. That was good. Well, you know, I tried. Like I said, I haven't played even a little bit for like 2 weeks, so. And even that was kind of sporadic. But anyway, drums are fun. The thing is, when you're playing and you know you're live, you're thinking too much about people are watching you live, that it's hard to get into a flow. So there is that, but no excuses. I never claimed to be good. I just like to play. I didn't even get really into the double bass all that much. A little bit. To be honest, I never even did a full drum like fill with all the toms. We'll do it at some point. $32. Come on, guys. Double tap the screen. Let's give away this quarter. We only need 35. I took it down from 60 to 35. Let's go. Double tap, and we'll give this quarter away. Curated by yours truly. I appreciate that, 3D. You know, did I lose you guys? Double tap the screen. 35 likes. We'll do a giveaway for that silver quarter right there. I'm just jamming out, kind of having a good time. Being really rusty, but, you know, whatever. Just kind of hanging out and jamming out. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know how to play songs. I just jam. And, yeah, usually I pour, but today I'm playing guitar and drums. So whatever. Hang out and have a good time. Or catch you on the next one. Let's do something different. Hold on. was. Let's do some. Like that. Hold on. No. Let me clear my throat. By the way, I just play shit until something sounds good, and then I go from there. So this is all freestyle, just jamming. So, you know, don't hold that against me. low to a high kind of thing. Realized I'm playing with the wrong pick. That's going to be easier. A little bit easier to play with this thinner pick. One more. One more like. Hold on. You're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now, to be honest with you. Yeah, kind of lost that one. Oh man, what the fuck? Turn that shit. Anyway. You could jam on drums to that? Could you jam on drum? Can you jam on drums with that? Tom a superstar. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, man, I'm just jamming out. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. I'm just hitting the damn strings till they sound good. Yeah, that's why I got a computer and I just jam everything into my computer and just try to make songs from it. One more like, let's go. But yeah, I'm so out of practice, man. I haven't played guitar or drums in a couple weeks, and even then it's been just kind of here and there. So I'm really out of practice. But that's what I do. I get on and I start hitting shit till I think it sounds good, and I try to go from there and come up with something. If it ends up being a song, cool. If not, then I just keep jamming. That's how I play. I do not know how to play any songs. Do not ask me to play a song. I do not know any of them. Purposefully, because I don't want to copy anything. I try to be original. Now, I'm sure what I'm playing doesn't necessarily sound original. A lot of it's power chords. A lot of it's just kind of tinkering around. But, you know, it is off the top of my head, just what I'm doing. That's how I do it. There was a song, I made a song up, and it went something like this. I don't think it was quite that metal. Something like that. Hold on. Damn it, what the hell was I doing to begin with? Yeah, I like that. What the hell was I doing? progression there. I'm messing all up. Didn't work out so good. This is the part I'm not good at, so fuck. Yeah, let's not do that again. don't know. I give up. That's just me noodling. Trying to make something out of nothing. Like I said, I'm no good. But I like jamming out. I like having fun. Still didn't get to 35. Come on. Do I need to play drums again? Is that what's happening? One more light. Come on. Double tap the screen. I've been live for almost 180 minutes. I'm about to go outside and see if there's any deer out there. I can smoke a cigarette, and then maybe we'll come back in and play drums again. I'm not giving this away until we hit 35, so I already said 60 to begin with. That's almost halfway down, guys. Look at this. LYD Ford, you play drums? What do you play? That's a Tama Superstar 7-piece. I have the 14 and the 16 reversed because I kind of like to mess with that a little bit. That's a custom. That's a custom. That's a ZBT. That's a custom. I think that's a custom too, and then that's a ZBT. And then microphones are natty, cheap, kind of, you know, try to mic everything out, but it's hard. Are you still here or did you leave? Yeah, like I said, man, I'm not in a band. I don't play. I'm no good. I've always had a studio. I've always liked to kind of jam out. I'm more of a DJ than anything. Like when it comes to DJing, like I'm really on point with that. Drums, I like to play. Guitar, I like to play. I've come up with a lot of my own songs, but I have no idea how to play any other songs. I just jam. That's just what I do. But we're going to go outside. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. We'll come back in. Hopefully by then we got to 35 and we'll give this quarter away. But let's run outside real quick. Might even see some deer out there, to be honest. I put some corn out earlier. All right, guys, give me a 5x5 if you're still here. I know there's only 2 of you. But let me know if you're still here so this thing's working. Thank you, 7. Appreciate that. But like I was saying earlier, I just like to jam on things, man. I'm no expert. I'm no good. But I have come up with some pretty good songs all on my own. Drums, guitar, bass, lyrics. The problem is I really suck at lyrics. So if there's anybody out there that can write a good poem, let me know. I'm great with coming up with melodies, but lyrics, terrible, terrible. I'm dyslexic. I don't read very well. My vocabulary is shit, so it's really hard to come up with lyrics. But I love to make songs and love to record. We only need one more like to give this quarter away, guys. Man, I'm telling you, these live streams ain't like the old days. Remember when we used to keep 20, 30 people in? What happened to the good old days? What am I doing wrong? If anybody has any input on that, please let me know. I would love to know. Try to be authentic. Try to come on here and just, you know, go through the process of pouring and even jamming out every now and again. Just having fun. I love to come on here and have fun with you guys. It's never really about the amount of people, but it is about the quality of people. And there's always at least 2 or 3 that stay and hang out. And I love you guys. So here, I'll show you the pours for the next auction. This is what we got. Colors to them. And it comes with a fabric sticker, which there's only 10 of. And they're marked 5 of 10 with the number 5. And likewise for the other 4 that are left. I think it's 4, 5, 7, and 9. Or no, 8 and 9. And then we got a turtle, the regular turtle. We got the Chevy symbol. We got the CC shield. We got the arrowhead, one of them. That's the number 1 arrowhead. This is what I poured today for doubloon. Then we have United States of America, 1776. 2.33 ounces. This is a prototype. And then we have the MP5, which turned out great. That's number 1. This is a prototype. This is the AR-15 with all the extras. Then we have the lever action rifle and the double barrel shotgun. I think Tully was looking for a double barrel shotgun, so I poured 2 more of those. And then we got prototype copper cross, and then I have 1 through 5. We got the smaller cross. I was just trying to do a couple things. Usually I pour this stuff just to have smaller pieces to make more pours with. But there's a couple cool ones. You can see there's more over there. I'm going to have some some more stuff. I got 2 weeks, so on the 30th is when the next auction will be. And I'll have at least a couple more silver, a couple more copper pieces by then. I want to do some copper pieces. And I'm going to do some more of the sandcast type of things. So we'll do that. What's up with the weather lately? Will it ever stop raining? Where are you at, Lloyd? Or Lloyd. LYD Ford. I don't know if that's Lloyd, but I think of Lloyd whenever I see LYD. But where are you at? I'm in Maryland. And no, I don't think it's going to stop raining. It's been raining for a couple days. Michigan. All right, somebody just came in. Double tap the screen. We're going to do a silver quarter giveaway when we get to 35 likes. I just need 1 more like. Let's do it. We're almost at 290 minutes live streaming. Let's get there. You can do it. Double tap, so we can do a giveaway. All right, we're gonna go back inside. Oh God, it's so wet out here. Hold on, bear with me. Into the greatest room of all time. The greatest room of all time. Yes. By the way, anybody else have a Martin T50? I bet you don't. Or a Yamaha 1960 something version. Just saying. Boy, what you doing in here? What you doing? Look at this dude. Look at this dude. What's up, buddy boy? Sit, 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 speak. Yeah, he knew what was up. He's like, I know I'm speaking. You're a good boy. I don't want to hurt your ears if I play drums, though. I thought about doing that if we don't get to 35. I'm just going to keep playing drums till we get there. Plug this bad boy in and do what we got to do. Do what we got to do, buddy. He'll sit in here, too. He'll sit in here when I play drums. He is not even worried about it. Yeah, 7 Stacks. Tully was saying she was giving up on the bidding, and she wanted one too. So I was like, I'll make another one. And 7 Stacks, by the way, I really appreciate you. You are my #1 buyer, and it does mean a lot to me. So thank you. William, you missed the pour. I just came inside too. Now we're in the studio. But I did a silver pour of a Pirate Doubloon that actually Pirate Stacker sent me. It was a plastic doubloon that he sent like as swag with stickers and stuff. And I made a copy of it. I sent him the prototype, and then I made a #1, and then I just made a #2. And this goes back like 3.5 years. This is something that I got a long time ago. But it's a cool piece. I like making copies of it, so. And then we've been jamming out, playing guitar. By the way, William, hit the like button. We're going to do a giveaway at 35 likes, and for some reason, we're stuck at 34. And I'm not doing it till we hit 35 because I started it at 60, and then went down to 50, then went down to 40, then went down to 35. So I know we can get one more like. That's all it takes. You don't have to buy anything. All you got to do is double tap the screen. That's it. And we're going to do a giveaway for a silver quarter, 90% silver quarter, 1952D. Curated by yours truly. Man, I wish it was a DW kit. Man, I'd do some stuff for a DW kit. It's a Tama Superstar. It's the old style Superstar too. You see how it's got see how that goes all the way through? The new ones don't do that. This is an older one with a Joey Jordison of Slipknot. It's a metal. Snare drum. And I got a Pearl, actually. Instead of Tama, I got the Pearl double bass pedal. So we got 2 bass pedals and 1 hi-hat. I leave 1 hi-hat here that stays open with the pedal, and then this one stays closed. So I can kind of go all around and just have some fun. I'm not very good. I just kind of hit stuff. You know what I mean? But, mics up well. I mean, I got a bunch. So here's what I do. So I got mics up top, 2 up top. I got 2 here. So there's 1 here, 1 here. I try to do them in the middle. I have 1 here on this one and 1 here on that one. I have 1 down there and another one right here for the hi-hats. And I run all of that through this Behringer mixer, nothing crazy. And then that is ran into the computer with a left and a right. So the right and left come out of this and into that. And man, I have yet to figure out how to make this damn thing sound good, but you know, that's because I'm doing everything myself. I don't have anybody to sit at the buttons and like, here, turn this, turn that, you know. I keep trying to get my daughter to help me out, but she don't want nothing to do with it. You know how kids are. She's a teenager. She ain't trying to help me play drums. She wants to go hang out with her friends, which I don't, you know, I don't blame her. But, yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but it also doesn't sound good. And to be honest, I use GarageBand to record a lot of the songs that I try to come up with. And there is so many, like, especially with guitar, There's a lot of drums on there too, and you can make your own drum beat just through the computer with the keyboard. And I'll show you. So I have Apple computer. I have this, which you can do whatever with. But then I also have a controller, little M Audio, cheap, $100, nothing crazy. But so I make beats up on the computer sometimes. Then I'll just add guitar and lyrics and bass. After I come up with some kind of drum line or whatever, come up with a beat and then add something to that. But I have this old Zoom 8-track recorder that Zoom made, and I've got over 100 tracks, probably 130 tracks on there. That's all just freestyles, right? I would sit down at the drums, freestyle for 5 minutes, something that sounded like a song. Then I would go back, add guitar to it, go back, add bass. And I got a lot of good stuff that way, but it's no like finished song. And so, that's kind of where I'm at, in the middle of trying to be the drummer, the guitarist, the bassist, the singer, and the producer, and the what's the other guy that's in the room hooking up all the stuff, whatever his name is. I'm trying to be all these people, and it's tough because I'm not smart and I'm not very good with computers. So it's been a process trying to get better, but I've got some things I've been working on that I might try to put out at some point and just see what happens. But who knows? You're a good boy. You're a good boy. All right, stop beating the camera with your tail. Okay, okay, too much. Too much. Good boy. Stay. He's like, what? What'd I do? What'd I do? Roadie. No, a technician or whoever's in the studio, and they're always plugging everything up, making sure everything's hooked up right. I think a technician, but that's not it. Dude, you're getting me wet with your freaking nose, man. Look at this dude. What you doing, buddy boy? What you doing, buddy boy? You a good boy? You a good boy? Look at those eyes. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. You speak? You speak? Speak. 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 Ovi, speak. Speak. Yeah. You better speak. You better speak. Speak. Yeah, you're a good boy. I love that dude. All right, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. You just licked me right in the freaking chin. Almost got in my mouth. Come on, man. Double tap the screen. Let's do this giveaway. I know you want to. Here, come on. I don't want to hurt you. Just come on. Come on, let's go. Good boy. I was like, son of a bitch. He left me out the room again. It was 8 o'clock. How'd that happen? You like Deftones? I do know a beat from Deftones. Wow, might be. shit. That wasn't good, but hopefully we got to 35, and we did. We're there. Sorry for the shitty playing, guys. It's been a while. I am very out of practice. And that's no excuse. It's no excuse. It's still fun to play. All I'm doing is thinking about people are watching, people are watching, people are watching. Even if there's only a few of you, still makes me nervous. Anyway, we got to 35, and I appreciate you guys. There's 3 of you still here, so thank you for hanging out. You made it. Woo-woo! Hit the times together with both sticks, but one stick hitting just slightly before the other. Yeah. You just about did it. I do it sometimes. It's really, I get on the set and I jam. I don't play songs. I don't try to do anything. I don't know why I couldn't get that. My left foot isn't working good with the double bass right now. I can do it with both feet, but I could not get that Deftones. I'm trying to remember what song that is. I can always play that too. That's how out of practice I am. Like it's bad. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me while I really suck. I do appreciate it. I got some Taco Bell. Say what? Uh-oh. We're about to go upstairs, y'all. If you know my lucky number, this is my lucky number, and that's all I'm going to say. There it is. Somebody type in for me. Pick a number 1 through 10. Go. 7 stacks. You're the only mod I see. Hold on. Sir Sloth, wait a minute. Or I can do it. Hold on. Let me get in the computer. I forgot I was actually... Shit, I did that wrong. Damn it. What the hell is going on here? All right, I'm in. Hold on. Wait, guys. All right, just go now. 7 stacks, put it in. Pick a number 1 through 10, go. Sir Sloth, pick your number again. What the hell is this thing doing? Closest without going over. One guess only. I'm gonna go blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Did everybody get your guesses in? Hold on, we got LYD and Lee Haley with number 2. Oh, you had 4. I don't know where the 2 came from. We're gonna disregard the 2. Yeah, just remove the extra. It's all good. Just make it easier. And then go ahead and type in stop for me if you don't mind. Cartier, I got another one for you too. You won a silver dime, number 13. By the way, 7 stacks. I got a number 5 silver quarter for you. Titan's got a couple, and then Vicky, she never claimed, but that's what I'm holding on to for now. If you guys want me to send it out, it's all good. Or if you want to wait till the next auction, I can just throw it in the package. If you pick up something, that'd be great too. Either way, it's fine for me. Just let me know. All right, so the number was 5, my lucky number. Closest without going over was LYD4. Congrats. Shoot me an email and let me know your address. Now, if you do want to stop by for my next auction, where I'm going to sell some silver, some coins, some bills, maybe a little bit of gold. Probably not much, though, if I do. That'll be on the 30th. And if you want me to throw this into the package to make it easier for me, that's all good. If you don't plan on stopping by, just let me know and I'll send it out to you. But just let me know in the email what you want me to do. And yeah, you got 24 hours to claim. 90% silver, 1952 D, silver quarter. And that's all you, as long as you claim this within the next 24 hours. My email is in every single video that I've ever posted. You can go into this live stream, you can go into any video, you can go into any live stream, and my email will be in there. It's also at the home page, so no problem to find that. And so, by the way, I am going to start this early. If there's anybody, I don't know what it is yet. 3D Woodworks got into it because he's an awesome dude, and I didn't expect him to do that. I was telling everybody on the first, I'm going to do a pour, and for every $5 super chat, you're going to get your name written on a piece of paper just like this. I'm going to put it into the bucket. I'm putting it into this bucket. I'm going to take those names out. Half actually did what I asked them to do, and half didn't, but, you know, we're not going to do that again. So this is going to be a little bit different. $5 super chat, you get your name in the bucket. I'm going to leave it out like this because I want everybody to see it at the end of the month, next month. Not this month, next month. He just jumped in early because he's awesome like that. But every $5 super chat, I'm going to do a pour, at least an ounce. And then if we get more, if we get a bunch of people getting in, then I'll add stuff to it. But we'll just kind of see how that goes. Every $5 super chat will get your name on a piece of paper just like this. And your name will go in the bucket at the end of the month. Next month, in June, I will, and that's my birthday month too, by the way. I will pick a winner at the end of the month, and you can either win a pour or some extra stuff, depending on how it goes. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Just trying to get the super chats happening. I'm trying to get over $100 because you can't cash out unless you get $100, and I'm not even close to that right now, so we're just trying to get there. And you know, if you just put in $5 and see what everybody else does, you could win a nice pour from me for $5, so that's pretty cool. But anyway, no, 6 is over. It's closest without going over. We do the Price is Right rules here. 4 and 6 is the same anyway, so now that's up to you if you want to give it up, but closest without going over, so you did win. So yeah, I mean, there's only a couple people in here, so we're not going to make it crazy. But yeah. Either way, just email me and let me know, you know, your address and what's going on and where you want it to go. Whoever wins has to claim it. So that's how we're gonna play it, and you can do whatever you want from there. But yeah, like I said, I try to hold on to things if possible when I do live streams that aren't the auctions. I try to hold on to that stuff so I can just throw it in your package. It makes it a little bit easier. Um, Now, I don't just throw quarters like that into an envelope and let it go. I post it right. It only costs about like $1.50. So I do get the extra postage because I don't want it to go through machines. Um, but that's how I do it. So either way, it's not a big deal. It's only like an extra dollar if you want it now. But if you think you might pick up something from the next auction, just let me know to hold on to it, and that's all good as well. Either way is totally fine with me. But that's just telling everybody what I do all the time. We had a couple new people in today, and I do appreciate you guys stopping in and hanging out with me. And that's about it. So we are 323 minutes for 35 likes. Damn, that was a long time. How many hours is that? It's 8:25? Is that for real? Damn, the hockey game's probably on by now. Hold on to it. Okay, that's cool. But just make sure you email me and let me know, that you're claiming it, so I know what's up. I give everybody 24 hours. And I always say that, but I'm sure if you did it 5 days from now, I'd still give it to you. Just saying. Took a nice shower. My staples are all nice and shiny. Dang. I hope I don't ever have staples to make them nice and shiny. Hey, Cartier, at least they're not rusted, right? Could be worse. All right, I appreciate you too. It was awesome hanging out with you guys. Got to jam out a little bit on guitar, even though I suck. Played drums a little bit, even though I suck. And we poured something pretty cool today too. So I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And like always, we will be live on Thursdays, and I'll probably hop on here and there. The next auction will be on the 30th, a Friday. In between 7 to 8 o'clock, I'll post a video. I'll post a community post as well. I'll post a video letting you guys know what I will have in the auction, and then I'll post the auction a couple hours before it starts. So 3 things to look out for. Make sure that you go and you're subscribed and you hit the bell so that you get notified when I do any of that stuff, because a lot of people, YouTube's been really messing with me. So a lot of the people that were getting notified are not getting notified anymore. So even if you're somebody from the past that's been to all that and you get notifications, I mean, I guess if you get notifications, cool. But don't count on that. I would even suggest going off of notifications, clicking back on, hitting all, and then watching a video or two all the way through and leaving a comment. And by the way, comments are really hard to get these days. So if you guys don't mind coming back, or maybe hitting a short or hitting a different video, just drop a comment for me. It really helps me in the algorithm. And it's been really hard getting comments recently. I don't know what the hell's going on, if it's YouTube or if it's just people don't love me anymore. I don't know. But either way, it would help if you guys would stop by and leave a comment, hit the like button. The algorithm is a touchy thing these days. And who knows what the hell is the right thing to do? I sure don't. But any help would be amazing, and I appreciate it. And yeah, stay tuned. Stop by on the 30th. Stop by next Thursday. Unless I'm working, it might be a late stream because I might have to work on Thursday. But once I get home, we're going to go live and pour something. And then I'll let you guys know, hey, this is what we got for next weekend. So stay tuned for that. And if you see me live doing some penny hunts or some quarter hunts or some bill hunts, if you're into that sort of thing, I search bills and a coin roll hunt and things like that every now and again. So we might get into that. Or, just post some videos. I got to post all the shorts from the last auction. So keep an eye out. If you want to see the type of things I pour, watch my shorts that come out in the next 2 weeks, because I'll be posting all of those. And yeah, other than that, like I always say, guys, I appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Have a great day. Much love and respect to each and every one of you. I really do appreciate you guys. See, 7 stacks. Didn't get a notification day. It's crazy. That's why it's so hard to get people in here, because YouTube is messing with me. I'm telling you, I started talking about things I shouldn't have been talking about, putting 2 and 2 together, and they kicked me down the back alley. So I'm trying to work my way back from that. So, keep that in mind. If you can share anything out when I do go live, when I post a video, share it for me. It would really help me out. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end this so I can go eat some food. And like I said before, appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Have a great day. Thank you, 3D Woodworks, for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate you, brother. Much love and respect. I'll see you guys soon.